What's up, everybody? Welcome to the pub. I hope you are well. It is Saturday night. Welcome. We get the comments going here. Hey, look who it is. How you doing? Yeah. See you again. Been a long time. Hope you are well. Hope everyone else is well. Like I said, it's Saturday night. So let's do this. I'm going to pack a bowl and wrap for a little bit. We can get this thing started whenever people start to show up. Certainly don't have to spend a half hour just sitting here talking. So I'm happy to go with the flow this evening. See what comes of it. Had a lively pub last week. A couple of new and different people have been showing up, which is cool. It was lively and it was a great time. So thanks everybody for being there last week. Enjoyed it quite a bit. Just lost a great singer-songwriter, I guess you would call him, here in the U.S. He was popular worldwide. Jimmy Buffett passed away yesterday. Rest in peace, Jim, Mr. Buffett. He was great. It was unexpected, to be honest. I didn't know that. I know he had some health issues, but it just, his time was up, I guess. Poor guy. He lived a great life. As far as I could tell, he died with a net worth in the $600 million range. So he did very well, marketing and branding himself, his restaurants. He may have even had resorts, Margaritaville, of course. So hopefully he gets to take care of his family and his descendants for their lives and their children's lives, because he was a cool dude. And I could play a Jimmy Buffett song, but I won't do it anything like he does it. So maybe I'll just read a quote a little bit later. Yeah, no problem. I do it every Saturday, Anna. So we're always here. Last week was pretty wild up in this mofo. So that tends to be come in waves. We have a crazy week and then kind of a mellow week. So who knows? This could be a mellow week. It is Labor Day weekend over here. I don't think you guys have that one in Europe. I'm pretty sure that would be just an American holiday, nothing that we share with the world. Although I would imagine there's some kind of an end of summer celebration over there. Nope, no celebration. Special edition, nothing. 1st of May. Is that what you mean? Labor Day? Let me just confirm that. Hey, Gerald Thompson, good to see you. May 1. Okay, cool. So you do it at the start of summer, which is right on. Welcome, Gerald Thompson. I believe we're still on British summertime. You can confirm that for me, because I put the start of the pub on Twitter, or X, as it is now foolishly called, as 12:30 BST. So I think British summertime ends. When does it end? Let's figure that out. Hey, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Last Sunday in October. So we still have about 7 weeks left. Thanks, Gerald. I appreciate that, man. It's kind of a goatee, hybrid beard thing. Furry, whatever the hell it is. I don't know. Thank you, though, Gerald. And good to see you last dance. It's okay. You were all of maybe 5 minutes late. I was a little late because, you pick up a guitar and 5 minutes goes by in about 14 seconds. It seems like. So, all good, brother. Hopefully, sound is okay. I should check the settings just to make sure because we're in Band Central here, as you guys know. And I have to keep the echo cancellation and reduce background noise on, but not when I play guitar. Yeah, thanks, man. It was longer. I had the wife chop it off shorter, probably about 10 weeks ago. So it's coming back. It's actually coming back quite a lot. Thank you. It's okay, wife. You're here. I mean, you're literally 50 feet away. So, Sammy Cat, how you doing? Happy Labor Day. Good to see you. Yeah, she'll be over tomorrow. We'll do a little time over at a pool, and then come back here for a nice relaxing time on the deck, probably. All kinds of crazy things always constantly going on in the world for us to talk about here. And I'm always willing to have you guys throw in what other subjects you want, whatever you're into, whatever interests you. If I don't know much about it, other people generally do. So that's kind of how we roll here at the pub. Been doing this for, I guess, 3 years now, maybe longer. Yeah, it's just something to do on Saturday. I don't go out anymore. I was never big on going out per se. Yes, see you tomorrow. It's cool, I guess. I'm gonna go out for a special meal or like something interesting. I'll do that. To tell you the truth, live music, I'm not as much into it anymore as I used to be. And it just occurred to me somewhere along the line. I don't know. Sometimes it's great, sometimes it isn't. And it's a risk with live music, even with big bands, like famous bands. You go, you see them. I'd like to see virtuoso level musicians if I was going to go, if God rest in peace, Eddie Van Halen was still alive. That would be a person I would like to see live. He could do things with the guitar that not very many people are capable of. And when Van Halen released their first album, I believe the opening track was Eruption. Let me just confirm that. Yeah, what an album that was. Oh, actually, Running with the Devil. Cool. And then Eruption. And when people heard that stuff, that guitar tone, yeah, Jimmy Buffett died. I was just saying that. How you doing, McGrand? Sad day yesterday. He was awesome, man. On what do I think on the reintroduction of the mandates on masks, etc. I read it was 9/1 earlier today, but maybe it might have been released today. Let me confirm this here. Yeah, it died. You can't see it. Died September 1, 2023. And I think a lot of people heard about it today. Maybe the news was released today. Yeah, I think that masks don't really work. And I think outdoor mandates are absolutely foolish. I think we've learned a lot from this thing the first go around, Gerald. And I'm not saying ignore everything, F the rules and, COVID doesn't exist. No, it exists. I just don't agree with mandates that have people wearing, for example, the mayor of Boston at one time, Marty Walsh was his name. Now we have Michelle Wu. Look her up. She's one of the worst mayors in the history of the United States of America. But we don't have that. That's local. We don't have to get into that. Marty Walsh did some kind of a video where he used a T-shirt and showed people how to tie a T-shirt into a face covering. Like that does it. Anything. Even at the time, I was suspect because, working in construction, I knew a fair bit about filters, keeping stuff out of your lungs, different sized particles, and what you would need to achieve decent filtration, whether you're working with silica, fiberglass, asbestos removal or abatement. There's all kinds of different levels of filtration that different various masks are going to provide. And the T-shirt's not going to stop COVID. It might have some minor help if you were caught in a very smoky type of oil fire. The T-shirt could help with that kind of smoke. But yeah, it's just silly, this posturing of wearing those paper masks that were like pinched opened on the sides. They did nothing, man. If you're not wearing stuff properly, you're not achieving anything. And having a mandate that then people can just wear anything, whether it works or not, is faulty logic, in my opinion. If you're going to have a mandate, then make it so they are wearing, the people that you're trying to protect are wearing something that actually effing works. I'm trying not to swear. Once we get rolling, I'll swear a lot more. So you'll have that to look forward to. But for now, first chunk of time, I'm going to hold off on the effing F-bombs. We'll see how long it lasts. A little bit of red wine in the unusual wine glass, but yeah, largely theater. That's exactly what I think. Last Dance. Like I said, if they're going to mandate it, then say, here, this is what you need to be wearing. This might actually work. Here's the science. Not giving the idiotic mayor Marty Walsh up there tying a T-shirt around his face. It's not going to do anything. It is right now making a comeback. Anna or Grun Gets Art. It is currently having a resurgence. I know there's pockets of it, areas of it, companies that people work in decently close proximity to each other are getting it. And it's going to have more issues with supply chain and things like that. That's going to be an issue that this is caused by. Will it have any long-term effects if the disease is not that serious? Probably not. But I guess in their wisdom, they think that keeping people who are sick away from people who aren't is a smart way not to spread it, which there is logic in that. Interesting outlook. Right. Yeah, you. Interesting, McGrand. I honestly haven't heard anything about mandate talk, Republican or otherwise. So I would think it would be a public health agenda, if anything. That's what you hope, right? Like, unfortunately, in this day and age, when you have a virus, yeah, the virus all of a sudden becomes political. It's no longer public health or public health problem. It becomes a political, Republican or Democrat. How you approach and deal with the virus could be essentially could define you as a Republican or Democrat or conservative or liberal, however you want to look at that. And that's apparently how every single thing that happens now is going to be. It's going to be either you're this way or you're that way. You can't be any other way. If you got, we all know it's just, it sucks. You can't do anything without it being polarizing. Nothing happens without polarization now. It's everywhere in every layer of everything. It's unreal. Don't forget about the people like me, and I know some other people, even guys on here, and maybe some girls that think the same way, that appear to be both from one side and the other. I'm not Christian, so I don't have the Christian aspect of conservatism, I guess, or being a conservative. I have beliefs that I choose from both sides, and religion is not a guiding force for me either way. I have no problem with it. I think it is a good outline and way to run your life, but it's not, sure, man, it's not something that defines my choices by any means. And you can't really be like that. Apparently, you can't be half of one and half of the other, because then neither side accepts you. For example, the Tea Party or libertarian belief system has things that do come from both liberal and conservative ideals, and I tend to kind of lean in that direction. I think they say some good things. I don't know enough about them to say like this is what I am, but again, labeling, like when I was a teenager, I always thought labels were the dumbest thing. Why do you have to label everything? Why can't somebody be this, somebody be that, be whatever they are, the individual, the person? Instead, no, you're labeled as what people define you as, and you're either from one camp or the other. It's kind of crappy in my opinion. All right. Good. If that's what you want to do, good for you. I don't, drugs are bad. And I smoke cannabis, which I don't consider to be a drug. Last dance, you want to get this thing rolling? All right. That's a nice thing to say, Anna. Appreciate that. It is a medicine. And I'm going to go ahead and add in Mr. Last Dance. How you doing, man? All right, I'm not hearing you. All right, let's do some settings tests here. Yeah, everything looks good on my end. How about you? If you go to your audio settings, are you getting a... mic settings, mic volume's all the way up. Everything looks good on your end. Here, I'm going to go ahead and plug my headphones. You can talk. No, I'm not getting anything. Okay. You think you might have something? Is it a microphone issue? It's on your end. I got you. Okay. That's cool. No worries. Oh,
Test. How's
there
that?
There you go. You just nailed it when you hit that button.
All right, but for now, I'll leave that button checked, but I don't normally have that button checked. Anyway, good evening.
Good evening. Is it in the StreamYard settings or your computer settings?
It seems to be a StreamYard setting.
Automatically adjust mic volume?
Yeah, that one. I thought I always had it unchecked, but when I checked it, it seemed to correct the problem.
I just unchecked it, and you're still good.
Well, then I'm going to uncheck it and see if that is the problem.
You can go back and check it and uncheck it.
Oh, no, it unchecked it on itself. Anyway, everything seems to be working.
I did that.
Oh, you unchecked it for me.
Yes.
Okay.
As a little quick test.
Okay. Well, everything seems to be back to normal.
An unusual glitch for StreamYard. These were much more common back last year.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. It's been perfect up until now.
There was that time. What happened at like two pubs in a row when I brought everybody on? I couldn't hear anybody or something like that had happened.
Yeah.
At one point, I restarted the whole entire stream.
Yeah. You had that sensitive cable, that sensitive microphone wire, I guess it was. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that was the issue or maybe something else.
Yep. Last week was an interesting, lively pub, I thought. What did you think?
Yeah, I think. I think I've enjoyed the last few weeks. Different guests, different styles, different discussions. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's how it is here. You take whatever comes your way, and you never know what that's going to be.
Exactly.
So we get a real different mix of people and I think it's that mix, and the unpredictability of it that adds to the fun. I think of this pub in particular.
Exactly.
And if you get based on, it's gonna feel one way. If you get McGrand on, it's gonna go another way. If you get based and McGrand, there's gonna be some fireworks. If it's just me, you, Biscuit, and Aphid Lip, it's going to be, a little more calm.
Exactly.
We got RW adding to the mix now with some regularity. So yeah, it's pretty. It's going very well, I think.
Yeah, I just threw a link over on their Discord to see if they wanted to join in. I know they should know, like, basically the entire internet is welcome, less or minus maybe a handful of people. But otherwise, this baby it's an open pub, so.
You want to start off in the news? I got a couple of things I'd like to show, so we could start off with something.
Certainly. Let me. You just mentioned RW. He just popped in. You can see him down there, right?
Yeah, I see him.
Is that Johnny 5 behind him? I think it is. What's up, RW?
Hi, everybody.
Kick him off. How you doing, RW?
I'm good, man. I'm glad that you guys are back going again. I have some stuff I have to do before I can sit down for good, but I saw you're on, so I jumped on.
Well, cool. Good to see you. Happy Saturday night to you and your wife.
Thank you. Goon's got a fever as of yesterday, so hopefully he's feeling better tonight.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of, he puts on a long show, so I'm not surprised that he wants or needs to take a week off every once in a while.
Mm-hmm. Considering the guys across the pond are doing this up till 5 or 6 in the morning when we're hanging out here.
Yeah, they do it. The sun comes up.
Yeah, they're +5 on us. So,
I don't think I could do that anymore if I tried.
dude, it would be tough.
So, do you guys remember a story from about 2 years ago of supposedly some mass graves in Canada of some what were thought to be indigenous children
Under churches?
I was attached to a Catholic school that were supposed. So anyway, let me show a couple of things. Share screen.
Is it okay if I wear my work hat? I don't actually have this affiliation. I just thought it was funny, so I bought it to annoy people.
Oh, that's fine. I don't care. Hell yeah, whatever you want. I don't censor.
So here was the story, and you could see it was approximately 2 years ago. Remains of 215 children discovered.
Remains?
That's what the claim was, and that's what the Washington Post and every other outlet reported. And don't ask me where they got this magic number of 215.
Right, and it doesn't say reportedly found or
found.
Found.
Okay.
Not found. It doesn't actually say found, but discovered. Right.
Discovered, right.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's look at today's headline, or the headliner from the last couple days.
I was going to say, I think I saw that surface yesterday, but I don't remember the original story of this stuff being found. So
I do. NPR was all over it, and I listened in because I was like, "Holy shit, that's terrible. That's horrendous."
Did they have speculation as to what the mass grave event was?
They were blaming it on the government, basically. No human remains found.
So they excavated, and lo and behold, there were no human remains at all. Not a single one found at the site where the Washington Post reported there were 215 remains discovered. Now,
so the discovery was data on a sonar or whatever, a radar.
Yeah, ground penetrating radar. It was not human remains. It was just anomalies.
Not alien remains?
It was just voids or things that, there wasn't smooth ground in places. And it turned out when they finally dug it all up, it was just big rocks.
Big rocks. Wow. Yeah. That's wild.
So what is the repercussion for that? Nothing, correct?
Of course not. That's that Washington Post headline I put up. That's today. I put that up from the Washington Post. They haven't retracted it. They haven't said this was all false. It's there still today.
Oh, wow.
A completely false story from one end to the other.
So
why wouldn't they take it down? I mean, that seems irresponsible for journalists.
What is the wording of the article? Is it an opinion piece based off of speculation because there's anomalies in the ground and that's enough for an opinion piece?
No, it's a news article. Now, admittedly, they took information they got from sources in Canada, but they didn't sort of double check it, and it's a pretty outrageous and extravagant claim. 215 bodies in the ground, right?
That's a lot of rocks they found.
Yeah,
so
because it's not like they found one rock that looked like a person. They found 215 of them.
Right. Well, there's a lot of rocks in the world.
A lot of them are on my property in the garden.
Yeah.
I stopped sharing that because it was showing a U.S. Army commercial, by the way. I don't mind. You can share whatever you want.
Yeah, no.
And I'm all for the U.S. Army. I don't know if they're going to be like, who's this Smokesteve guy? Why is he putting a commercial on? That's how Army guys talk on his lame-ass thing, whatever. So
it's all the war footage you watch. They're just catering.
Yeah. Only about a half hour a day.
I think, from my understanding on this panel, I believe that most of the guys that come here are okay with military.
Oh, definitely, man. I think so.
Sure.
I mean, we're all patriots. We're all Americans, you know. I to
Well,
not be okay with the
Well, we're
military.
not all Americans.
No. But yeah, the Americans are.
the
Right.
What I
Americans are
feel.
Americans. That's good.
Yeah. Um, and the same with the British guys. I think they're all like, they're all for the soldiers, for the Jakes and Joes. They might not like the uppity ups and all of that stuff, but just like us, the guys that are busting their ass to do good for us are my heroes. Every damn one of them, and the women too, man. So yeah, cheers to
There was an
them.
event that happened last night on Drone Tech server where one of the members was calling other members out as domestic terrorists
I
based on
saw it.
their
I, saw,
beliefs.
I saw
So
it.
I thought, my opinion, most of the people in that group are Americans that are Americans. So that kind of caught me off guard to see that
Yeah,
someone
it's
else in the group is seeing it very differently.
we've seen the weaponization of words that previously meant one thing and are now simply used um, as bludgeons to hit people you disagree with. Words like racist, fascist, Nazi, woke. Uh, they're sort of losing their meaning as they're being used simply
Desensitized.
as sticks to hit people with.
Hmm.
And now to add to that, terrorism is now being added to that arsenal of misused and
Right.
diminished words.
I was a little uncomfortable with what was able to be allowed to be termed a domestic terrorist. If someone was like disagreed with a certain government decision, that can be qualified. That's a bit dangerous in the danger zone. If someone's going to be going to prison or something for that.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, but I will say this, and we've seen these Proud Boys, for example, were got these outrageously long prison terms because they got terrorism enhancements to their sentences. This is kind of the chickens coming home to roost for the law and order Republicans that passed these laws 20 some years ago, and that you need to be a libertarian from day one, and not support laws that overly punish and so on and so forth, because it'll all come back. Yeah, you think you're punishing one person, but you make a law, it'll come back to punish people you never intended. So
The Proud
Right.
Boys are sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, yeah, when it came out, it seemed to a lot of people that just looked at it at face value that, yeah, people who want to come here and blow up Americans, put truck bombs under buildings, fly planes into buildings, mass shooters, that's what you think of as like, okay, yeah, these laws, fucking yeah, hell yeah, let's have them, punish these guys. But you're right. And it does remind me a little bit of the RICO thing, because the RICO was often used against mobsters, gangsters, hitmen, shot callers, the big time guys. And now, funnily enough, Rudy used it, Giuliani, against mobsters, and now I think he's being charged with RICO.
yeah, absolutely.
Not to say
Giuliani is
that
against
that's wrong.
mobsters.
That's a great point. That
You
is
know?
that is absolutely the real boomerang there.
Yeah, right.
What's strange to me is that in my mind, Proud Boys, those group of individuals in America, are the militia. I mean, in the Revolutionary War, if it wasn't for the militia, we would be done. So now it's just different because it's not Britain that we're revolting against. It's, I guess, ourselves. Therefore, militia is no longer a good idea. But the militia is for the people. The militia is the voice of the people.
It's not against the law to have a quote militia unquote, and there are militias and have been for 30, 40 years now. or people calling themselves the militias.
But they're being relabeled as terrorists.
I don't care how they're labeled. I agree that they're being labeled, but it's not the question of how they're labeled. It's a question of how they're prosecuted when they break the law and these terrorism enhancements. And
I just have to see that what is actually breaking the law. I think that the weaponization against them is past a line. It's a bit. It doesn't seem just. Sometimes, perhaps, but overall, in general.
My point is that if that law that allows these terrorism enhancements to result in these extravagant sentences was always unjust, and it resulted in people you didn't like getting unjust enhancements to their sentences. And so you have a lot of people serving who, let's say people who are convicted of Islamic terrorist plots who never actually did anything.
How about Richard Reed, who actually had a bomb in his shoe?
Yeah, I mean...
Should he have life without ever being released in Florence Supermax?
I think I think life without parole is too harsh.
So any individual has the ability to change.
Exactly. That's why I think life without parole is just it's insane, and it's too harsh. Remember, just because you're eligible for parole doesn't mean it'll be granted. So,
well, what if, let's say, he wasn't such a moron and had a better system to make his bomb explode on the plane, and he killed the plane full of people? You couldn't punish him then, but that was his intention.
Yeah, but we do punish people differently for what they're able to do versus what they are trying to do. I mean, attempted murder is not the same as murder. It's punished differently, and it should be. Right. And I think that...
why is that? Why is that, though? If you're attempting to kill somebody and you fail, why is that less than if you actually succeeded?
It's less because the damage is less. In some sense, punishment reflects a number of factors, including, it reflects some sort of balancing, attempt to balance or equalize the damage you actually did. And so murdering someone, how do you balance that? Well, some people say execution, the life for a life, but others say, well, a life in prison balances it. But if you don't murder someone, then, at least that, in some sense, morally, your intention was to murder someone. But your punishment isn't, when you murder someone, your punishment isn't just reflecting the moral crime you committed. It's reflecting the actual crime. And so it is with attempted murder. You've committed an immoral attempt to commit murder, and that's, you're going to be punished a lot for that. But you didn't actually succeed. The person's alive. And so the punishment should reflect the fact that they survived in some sense. Doesn't mean they're going to be sentenced to a year in prison when they would be sentenced to life if he died, but still.
So in this sense, he would be dead over here. But in this sense, you mangled him, but he survived.
Well, I think punishment can reflect how severely injured they are. I mean, that's why we have judges. That's why we used to be willing to rely on judges to judge and pass sentences based on this weighting, and we've gotten away from that over the years. And particularly pushed by Republicans over the last decades are these notion of mandatory minimums, where judges are taken out of the equation for deciding how long to sentence someone. And I just think that
replaces that void.
Who replaces the judge's voice?
Yeah.
And there's a schedule established in law of how long you have to serve, and there doesn't matter what the facts of the case are.
So it's no longer a case by case. It's like grouping people into a closest algorithm, and then that's what they get.
Exactly. And
is that
I
to
think,
save time?
And I think no, it's to, if you listen to what Republicans complained about when they had passed these laws, it was that sappy liberal judges were soft on crime, and so they had to prevent that. And it was all that was the culture war in the 80s and 90s.
there was a bit of an interesting dynamic between rock cocaine and powder cocaine.
Exactly.
And the time of prison people got.
Yes.
The white guys with the powder were getting months, and the black guys with the rocks were getting years.
Yep.
And multiple.
Hey, Joe Rogan.
So, and it ain't that hard to make crack out of powder cocaine. It's a fairly simple process. I think all you need is baking soda and a little water and heat.
Was that in the 90s?
Yeah. New Jack City era, man. If you've ever seen it, it's a great movie.
How old were you guys in the 90s? I was in my single digits turning into double digits.
I was still in my 60s in the 90s. I've managed not to age at all since then.
Wow.
No, I was born in 62, so in the 90s I was in my 30s.
Okay. So you were paying attention to all the politics and stuff like that at that age.
Yes, I was.
I was 20 in 1996, so
Okay.
I was an adult of the 90s for sure.
I wish I was older and got to experience more of an adult life in the 90s. I mean, the 2000s were okay, but I really miss the 90s. I don't know if it's just because I was young. I just feel like the world was more of a good adventure. I don't know if it's because I was young or what. I don't know.
Yeah, it was like the end of the innocence. We didn't. Like one or two of my buddies had a pager, and like we'd page each other, yo. It was like you had to. It was a pager, so we had these new numerical codes.
Right.
411, 420 would be like, what's the deal on the weed? And then
the CIA could never break that code, man.
Was like, yeah.
No one could break that code.
The weed's gone, bro. We need more weed. Like it was hilarious. Just,
I do remember
you were fucking going out together. You weren't coordinating with cell phones.
That's the thing, is you spent more time in person with people.
Oh, hell yeah.
Because there was you didn't have this. You had to meet people in person.
Right. We'll meet at your house, and then we'll have a couple pops, and then we'll go from there and figure out what happens. It wasn't like, we're going to all
because everybody's almost out.
Yeah, it's so much different, man. It's hard to believe.
Here's a question for your lifestyle change. I remember back when you had to score to grab something, and then it would only last for so long, and then you had to score again. Now that you can just get it, now that you can just go out and buy it, has that made you smoke more? Did that change for you anything? Or maybe even less, or anything?
Well, maturity made me smoke less.
Right.
I grew up. I smoke all the time when I was young. And
right.
Now I smoke in the evenings, like the Rasta man says, when the working day is done, you have a spliff to relax. It's certainly better than alcohol. So yeah, that's my thought with it. And legality or not, I smoked more when it was illegal. That's for damn sure.
But basically because of your age and that point in time.
Yes.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I can't anymore. It causes panic attacks and stuff. So I am much, much less.
Yeah, you're like I got so many buddies who were they're like, all of a sudden I'd smoke and I was like behind the couch, like, what the fuck's going on, man? You're not comfortable. You're not laying on the couch anymore watching the tube. You're like looking out the window, like, what was that? Like it flips. It does the opposite for some reason to some people after so many years.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the weed, if people weren't if they say that certain strains, like more sativa, when you harvest them early, they can cause like a real buzz, like a real sativa buzz, like a real hyper awareness, like caffeine almost.
Personally, I've heard that different strains can do different things at different times, but for me, my personal experience after having it and trying again so many times, it's more like it becomes an allergic reaction than an experience. Like your body's like fighting it and you're freaking out and you're like, do I need to go to the hospital? Like it's
right.
So the best I can find, if people are still interested on sort of having that experience, is to have edibles that the dosage and you can just dose very low and just get to that line. Because as soon as you pass that line, it's the panic attack, and it's
right.
I'm not endorsing anything. I'm just saying. Science.
No, but you're right, because there's nothing worse than putting something in your body by whatever way you choose to do it and then feeling regret and not being able to get it out. You're
That's
like,
right.
fuck, I got to
You're
deal with
stuck.
this. You're stuck, right?
Yeah, for hours.
It's a
Yeah.
crappy feeling.
That's a long hour.
Yeah, right.
I
So
gotta go
yours-
to bed. I'll be back as soon as I can, guys.
All right, dude.
All right.
No worries.
See you a little later.
See you, man. In the old days, Gerald says people interacted with each other in somewhat of a quotes, I think, kind of interacted in quotes. I'll give him him to go ahead and clarify what he means with that, or if he's just agreeing with us. Maybe he is. Anna up here mentions Maurice Green. Offhand, I don't recognize the name. Last Dance.
No, I don't recognize the name.
All right, cool. So you can clarify on that one if you want, Anna. Wife says this 90s were the best. The 90s were a great time.
Yeah, I mean, there's part of that is the usual old geezer sense that the times when I was young, those were better than the times that young people have today. You know, it was better in the old days. Every old geezer, my parents and their parents and my kids eventually will say the same thing. So there's an aspect of that as well.
You were like in your late teens when you could finally start going out to rock shows and really buying your own albums. You were what? Was that in the late 70s?
No, it was about. Well, I mean, I was 18 in 1980, so.
Okay, so yeah, so you were catching like the tail end of some really epic, like the greatest rock and roll of all time,
Right.
And then the swooping in of the new wave 80s crap.
Yeah.
Which some of it was actually great, but certainly must have been tough to adjust to.
Well, everybody was a fan of the old music, even though they were 18. The people who liked the harder music were big fans of AC/DC.
Mm-hmm.
And there were Beatles fans, and everyone was a fan of some group from the 70s or even before. And there were Van Halen, right? There were definitely some newer music with a newer sound coming out that might call it alternative rock in some sense.
Sure.
In 1980, and definitely there were fans, and some of it was great.
Mm-hmm.
Like when was the Talking Heads? I think they started in the 70s, but I generally think of them as one that crosses the 70s, starts in the late 70s, and goes into the 80s. I'm not sure exactly when they started, but they were very good.
Very, very good. So unusual. David Byrne, such a strange guy.
Yep.
But so intelligent and great to listen to him talk as well. And he just is so weird that he created this person that is himself as a rock star. And it's just cool. He's not like this, long-haired, boozing, drug-doing, tattoos. He's like such the opposite of what we were used to. I love the Talking Heads, man.
Yeah, so I mean, as long as there were people making music that they believed in, they're kind of their own art. Mm-hmm. There was going to be great music made. Maybe there wouldn't be as much as there were in the 60s and 70s, but it didn't matter how much there was. You just look for something. You have a thirst for new music, and you could find it. You could listen to alternative radio stations and hear new music, and some of it you'd like. And I find that that's just not as true anymore. I do listen to alternative stations. I always have, and there's just less of the interesting music.
Yeah. I agree with you. I always bring up certain newish bands that are still making music. There's not that many. That's why I keep bringing up the same ones.
Yeah.
Militia. There's a couple of others in that realm. And, of course, the Chili Peppers. Jimmy Eat World is still popping off.
Yeah.
And the one who tried to blow up the plane with his shoe was Richard Reed, I believe.
Yeah, Richard Reed.
And then there was someone who tried to do it with underwear. The Underwear Bomber.
Yeah, the Underwear Bomber. I can't remember his name.
No, but Richard Reed literally was trying to light something, a match or some ridiculousness to light up his shoe.
Yeah, I don't know. He had like wires coming out of his shoes. Or,
And I think like that's when I dream like that I want to be on that plane. I want to be the one to catch him and pummel his ass into the fucking ground and like lay on top of him. And,
Well,
you know, you envision like that, like God forbid if someone's on a plane does something weird like that, I'm gonna lose it. I'll just start swinging like crazy at the person, dude.
well,
like,
what I found,
stewardesses aren't
Yeah,
any
yeah.
good. I think they're relying on the big dudes to fuck some shit up here, you know?
but what was funny is apparently nobody was paying attention to his shoes. Apparently you could see wires coming out of his shoes if you bothered to look.
Right.
But what got people upset on the plane, what got him turned in, was when he started lighting the matches. Other passengers thought he was trying to smoke.
Right.
And so they told the flight attendants, "This guy's trying to smoke on the plane," and that's what got him caught. And they didn't even realize what he was doing. He was just playing with matches, and you can't do that. And eventually they figured, they looked at his shoes and they thought, "There's something's not right here." Plus, the guy looks like a lunatic.
He looked like a crazy person. And to this day, we still take our shoes off at the airport because of this.
Because one dumbass that's failed tried to put explosives in his shoes. And for that matter, what the good is taking your shoes off?
Right. You know, it's funny. There's like, I'm going to just add Anna now, but we're in mid-conversation.
Hey, Anna. It's great to see you.
Sound
Hi.
just fine.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, you're welcome. Welcome
Cheers.
back. Old school live leaker. EU watch in the house.
Mm-hmm.
From
I have some Syrian stuff.
Oh, no kidding, huh?
Yeah.
What the hell is that? Is that
a
Arabic?
white liquid that it's like the Greek ouzo.
Is that
Ouzo?
Arabic?
Similar, yeah.
Is it Arabic on that bottle?
Yes.
Yeah, it's Arabic.
Supermarket here. I don't know why. It's
Can
in
you
the
read it,
exotic
Anna?
alcohol.
Can
part.
you read the bottle, Anna? Can you read Arabic?
No, it just says Al Rayyan in Latin. I cannot read that, no.
Can you read Arabic, Last Dance?
Nope.
No.
And even if I could, I would never be able to read the Arabic script, which is what that is.
Right. You would
Calligraphy,
read it.
Yeah.
You would read it in English letters.
No, I would read it. I don't know. There's different scripts, and this is kind of the like, it's like kind of like cursive versus printed.
Sure, of course. Yeah, I'd like to learn that language just out of fun, because things that sound same with like Chinese. It's so vastly different, you know.
Well, that would be entirely. I'd have probably a lot easier to learn Arabic and Russian than it is to learn Chinese.
No kidding, you think so?
I do think so.
Interesting. What's going on over there in Germany, Anna?
Nothing. It's getting worse. They're the first companies that want to leave here because it's too expensive to produce, you know. So I think it's going down pretty fast.
You think so?
For now.
Do you see any construction of any independent energy plants, nuclear or otherwise, that Germany is saying, let's get back on our own independent energy and not be buying it from anyone else? Is that happening?
Well, the nuclear energy, actually, they say it will be cancelled altogether. They closed the last two very new and modern plants, I think, end of last year. So they are dismantling that. So I don't know if you can reactivate, but what they do is to use brown coal in East Germany because it's so climate friendly.
Well,
so they get back to the coal, right?
I heard they turned on some mothballed coal plants. I heard they turned them back on.
Yes, the brown coal, which is the worst type. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what's and this wind energy. That is, of course, is you know yourself that it brings nothing because when there's no wind, then it don't work, right?
Yeah, I could see it happening in places like the North Sea where it seems to be very windy often. If they can get these things to spin all the time, hell yeah, maybe.
Well, they do.
There are places that it will work.
The North Sea, yes, but you know also that they kill the sea life. So there's, for example, the birds. I mean, of course, it doesn't matter, but these ecosystems, they get destroyed through that.
Yeah.
And yes, there are plants in the North Sea. I know about it. Such fields with these generators and other bullshit.
I hear you. It's yeah. I love birds. I love wildlife. I'd hate to imagine that some creatures get hit with those things. And I've stood under a turbine, and the outer tip of that thing on a big one that's 200-foot long. What do they call them? Wings or whatever. The thing's moving like 250 miles an hour through the air. It's unreal. Like from afar, it doesn't look as though it's spinning that quickly. But when you're under it and you see the speed that thing is moving at, you can understand what it would do to a bird.
Yeah.
It's like a blade, like a sword. Yeah.
Crazy, but yeah, I mean, that's what leads me back, as we say, and it seems every week or every other week, like we all seem to be looking for like nuclear power. Where is it?
I hope it comes back, because otherwise, we don't have oil or gas. So in the end, we will get back to cooperating with the Russians anyway. No matter what the EU says, this will happen, because we have used it for 50 years. Even in the Cold War, and now suddenly we cannot use it. And we don't save Ukrainians by not buying it, you know what I mean?
Right.
So it's, anyways, and we need the nuclear power. Yeah, you're right. I'm totally for nuclear power, but do you know, in Austria, they built a nuclear plant in 1975. It was completely ready. And before putting it into service, they asked the population about it. The population said no. And then the completely ready nuclear power station was dismantled again.
Oh, God.
Austria, yeah. So Zwentendorf, yeah. Maybe you can Google that. I will write it. Zwentendorf. This is the example of this propaganda. Yeah, and this continues. It gets worse.
Silly.
Well, it's
Yeah,
not.
silly.
It's no better here in the United States. We have the same thing happening in the States, particularly in Democratic politicians are getting in the way of nuclear power. In Illinois, the Illinois governor, I don't know exactly what he did, but he got in the way and prevented a nuclear power contract or project from going forward.
What was that previously a woman, the governor? Or no, I'm thinking of the senator, I think.
No. It's Governor Pritzker.
Okay.
Pritzker.
Sounds like that sounds German.
Yeah, but I read that 30% of American people have German roots.
So Chicago especially. Yep. Chicago's got a huge German
it does.
I think, right?
That's right.
Bratwurst.
That's why the hot dog is king in Chicago.
All beef, though.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Yeah, I don't know what to say. Thanks for asking, but for now it's going downhill. I hope you will avoid this, because the American people, I think, are more for nuclear energy against this green shit.
Yeah.
Because we don't save the climate. That's bullshit, right? Climate changes anyway. That is. I mean, of course, there is some influence, but if we have to die out, yeah, that's when you are CO2 neutral, because we also produce CO2.
Yeah.
So I see it as an attack on people in the end, yeah, all this ideology. But
wait 1 second. Oh, he's muted. Okay. Yeah, I think Greens don't really believe that global warming and climate change are an existential threat to the planet. Otherwise, they would support nuclear power, not because nuclear power is the cleanest, safest thing ever invented, but because no matter what the risks are, they don't compare to the risk that the planet will be destroyed, which is what they claim is the alternative to using fossil fuels. So I find their position is not consistent. It doesn't hold water.
Mm-hmm.
Not logical.
Yeah, I heard that Japan is going to put this nuclear water, this water that was used for cooling down the This Fukushima plant,
Fukushima,
yeah. They put this into the ocean.
Apparently, the radioactive part of it would it be isotope? I'm not even sure, but it had a half-life that it would have expired now after 12 years or so.
Okay.
Which makes it extremely low level.
Well, there are several different or numerous isotopes that are involved, and I'm not sure which ones in particular are implicated in this this cooling tower water. But the half-lives are different for all these kinds of things, and the ones that have quicker half-lives have obviously decayed to be less of it. But some of them have longer half-lives and are going to be radioactive for a long time, many millennia.
It's heavily filtered, heavily treated, and apparently major posturing going on. China's going to ban all seafood from anywhere like in that area, but Japan is saying everything's fine, the water's fine. It'd be nice to have an independent study, because I'm not taking the word of the country dumping the shit and the country that's a perpetual liar next to them, So,
but I think for some perspective would be helpful. We used to detonate nuclear weapons in the atmosphere. The filthiest things you could imagine produced tons of fallout. And, we detonated about 1,000 of those amongst all the countries put together. So it's hard to believe, and I'm not an expert, it's hard to believe that the meltdown of the Fukushima plants is going to significantly add to that total.
It's a lot of water.
Yeah, but it's just one nuclear power plant containing, one or two fuel assemblies that were partially exposed to this water, as opposed to a bomb that put a critical mass and blew it up into smithereens. So I don't know.
But where did these tests take place? In the U.S. itself, or for example, France did tests in the Pacific, right? I don't know.
Yeah, the U.S. tested in the Pacific as well as on the west coast of the U.S. and typically in the deserts. Most tests were after the nuclear test ban treaty. Most tests were done underground, of course. But before that.
That's what it is. Sorry, I had to say it because you know that one. Tritium.
What about tritium?
That's what's in the water.
Really?
And it has a very short half-life, yes.
Tritium. Yes. Tritium is very valuable.
That's what they claim. Highly, highly, highly diluted 13 years ago, so they say that it should be fine now.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about tritium. That's a radioactive isotope of hydrogen. It's yeah. I mean, I don't know how much tritium they're dumping in, but I imagine it's there's already tritium that at a very, very, very low level occurs naturally in the ocean. So I would imagine that the ocean's a pretty big place, and dumping in some tritium into the ocean would not necessarily be the end of the world.
Yeah, I don't know who to believe. I would love to know more about it. I thankfully don't live on that side of the big ocean that touches our country. I'm on here on the Atlantic side, but I mean, yeah, like you said, from the beginning, first tests they did were above ground tests.
Right.
The Oppenheimer tests were on huge wooden towers, I think.
Metal.
Were they metal?
Yeah.
So obviously the start of it was that, hey, look, it is Random Goon. He would drink any glowing water if you paid me enough. There's some glowing water that you wouldn't have long enough to even spend a nickel. But you'd be dying going, I got that 50 million, you bastards. Hey, Goon. Yeah,
You want to avoid plutonium. That's bad stuff.
that could be bad. RW's back. Let's make it 4. RW, what's up?
Hey there.
Howdy.
This is Grumdart's. You could call Anna. She's in Germany. She's
Half
Guten
German,
Tag.
half Bulgarian.
but you're actually in Germany, I think, unless you happen to be in Bulgaria.
I was in Bulgaria for 1 month because I'm a teacher and we have a long vacation. I'm
There
back
you
here now, luckily or not luckily.
Well, the school year is about to start. I'm sure you're all revved up to get those little kiddos learning. Yeah,
I
look at that
prefer not to
excitement.
think about it. Half of them don't speak German, the other half don't give a fuck. So yeah, whatever, yeah.
Ich spreche Deutsch ein bisschen.
Hey, super. Wie lange hast du es
Super.
gelernt? How long did you learn it?
A year and a half from a really nice teacher in high school. But my bloodline has got a lot of German, so I wanted to do that instead of Spanish.
Ah, okay, that's a good decision. So if you want to continue, I can send you some good YouTube links to some educational if you want.
After I got to a certain age, I stopped having the drive. I don't know if I could pick it up as quickly anymore.
Yeah, of course, it depends.
I'd rather immerse myself and have to do it.
Or you move to don't move to Germany. It's not the good time now.
No.
Where are you, if I may ask?
North Carolina, United States.
Ah, also US. Okay, that's cool. Far away from the shit here. That's good.
Yeah,
well, we have different flavors here. Same shit, different flavors.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
when I was a younger man, say 20 years ago or something, me and my buddies would like talk about like dream trips to Europe, and one of them was like to go to Oktoberfest and also then to hop over to Amsterdam for a little while. Like, I don't know.
Is it because the lights are red over there?
No, because of the weed. Back then, it was the weed. But the beer in Oktoberfest, like, is it safe, like, for Americans to travel and go to places like Oktoberfest in Germany now, or is it?
Well, I have not been there for like 8 years because the main Oktoberfest is in Munich. Yeah,
Munich, yes, yeah.
Like the official, but also other towns organize this.
I thought every town did it. No.
Almost every town, yes. Some different forms, yeah. And here in Stuttgart, they also have it, but it's very expensive. You pay like $10-12 for a liter of beer. I don't know. So I mean, it's a liter, but still pretty expensive.
Sounds expensive, but that's probably what it costs here now.
Well, with all the people and the picnic tables, couldn't you buy one and just keep refilling them with your own shit underneath the table and be like, yeah, I'm good. I don't need another.
They actually
they
used to check your bags so as you don't drink alcohol. But I have a small flat bottle where I put some some schnapps or something. You
I just put it in
underwear and then
bra.
You get it in. Sorry.
I wear a bra and it has a straw. And they can't judge me anymore, so I can have a lot of alcohol wherever I want.
Good strategy.
But I was like 18 back then. Now I don't give a fuck. I don't go there, but I think it's safe. Yes.
Mm-hmm. In Deutschland, in Deutschland is Oktoberfest like German Day, or do you have? So like we have Independence Day, and Australia has Australia Day. Is there a German equivalent?
I think it is. Yeah, it is connected to it, but this national holiday of us is on 3rd of October. Yeah, when it got united, right, in 1990. So it's a rather new date. Yeah.
What do you call that day? Not sure if
it's really. Excuse me.
What do you call that day?
It's a national holiday. Tag der Deutschen Einheit, Day of German Unity.
The Day of German.
Okay. Unification Day.
A sad day for me, rather, but.
So that's commemorating when the wall came down.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
at this day I always put out the German Democratic Republic flag and play loud the German Democratic Republic. And
good for you.
my mother is East German, so we don't appreciate what happened after that. But yeah, basically it was normal that it got unified. Just the outcome was
I know
shitty.
nothing of that history, so I'm absolutely ignorant to everything.
Be
in
happy.
that
It's a
historical
half Muslim, half black country now, so forget it.
From where? Where is the dark skin come from?
So they basically, well, it's only me talking. It's a bit unpolite, so I keep it short. We have a lot of Turks that came after in the 60s, yeah, and then we invited them. Stupid
Come
decision.
to me, my child. Come to me.
They worked, and then after that we have many refugees. Yeah, over the years, refugees from Africa, North Africa, wherever. And in 2015, our great Chancellor Angela Merkel decided to invite the entire Middle East here. So we have like 3 million Syrians.
When you say black, it's more of a olive cinnamon skin than actually black.
No, I talk also about Africans. So there are many from Nigeria and Sudan and Somalia and God knows. Also Americans, black Americans, I don't put them in there because the black Americans are usually soldiers or people that work here. I don't put them in this. I talk about the refugees, yeah, that don't want to work and get paid to not work. And I have the kids to teach, yeah, that's great.
I mean, I don't want to take up the chat, but I am very curious how much of the immigration that has come to the country is on the dole, or how would you call it, is on
assistance.
Benefits.
Benefits.
Well,
public assistance.
I cannot say. I mean, a few years ago, before becoming a teacher again, I was in the city administration on a low level, of course, and we dealt with this kind of stuff. Yeah, allocating this and administrating it, and I must say I would say it's about 30 to 40%, to be honest, because there are many people that just deliver food. You cannot count this as a full-time job, right? Many fake jobs where they work in some shops of their relatives, supposedly, and then actually don't work. There's a lot of fakery and gray economy, yeah?
I mean, a job that doesn't provide for oneself still doesn't count because you still have to receive benefits.
Yeah, the country provides. They pay their electricity, they pay their homes. I mean, the people who need help, yeah, that's okay. But the people who travel home to their country for vacation and then come back, they don't understand it. You flee from war and then you go on vacation. Yeah, this doesn't work. Ukrainians do it also, by the way, yeah.
Can we just real quick watch a world famous video that Angela Merkel put out? Everyone really respected her after this one.
When did this come out? When was this from? Oh dear. That must have been Oktoberfest or something.
I mean, that's her, man. That's fucking her, dude.
It's really her. It's not like.
Oh, that's really her.
Well, looks like she could get down.
What the actual fuck was that?
That's her. You've never seen that before?
I'm not sure. Maybe my mind refused to keep this in mind. Yeah?
It was a defense mechanism. You couldn't keep it in your mind.
You have strange videos of women, Steve.
I need to scrape my eyes out now. Thank you.
I know. Like, yeah, maybe that isn't her. I don't know. I was always under the impression that was her. Okay, Reverend, take care of your bodily functions and then join us in here. Just wash your hands first, please.
But... Yes, really. We don't want those kind of germs here on the pub.
Naked. Excuse me, there's a picture of her naked, by the way, but I'm not sharing this. I don't want to be banned forever from here.
Yeah.
That's she really, I mean, I'm sorry, she fucked your country, man.
So the only thing I know about that is that at a certain point in time, they were talking about energy and Trump called her out on something and they did it anyway, and now they're screwed from it. You'll have to fill in all the blanks, but that's the most I remember from.
You're right. That was at a massive conference when Trump got laughed at. By
I don't know if she was there at that conference.
He got laughed at because he said you're going to be relying on Russia for energy, he got laughed at. He was right. I mean,
And now they can't even rely on that, right? Because we blew up the pipeline.
Someone did.
Well, sorry, an individual
NATO
somewhere
did.
in the world.
NATO did. But it's okay.
God almighty.
If I was NATO, I would do it as well.
As I've said before, I believe the only logical suspect is Ukraine. But the question is, how much help did they get?
Well,
Do
you
they
think
got
it was
all
done by a human
all the
being?
material to be able to do it from us, probably. So how does that work?
Well, I'm sorry, I missed that, RW.
They got all the boats and equipment and whatever from us to do it. So how does that work?
I mean, I don't know how much help they got. That if the more help they got, the worse it is for us, because there are rules.
You would think, right?
There are rules, and you don't blow up. You don't. If you're the U.S., you don't attack Russia, including their pipelines, including their citizens and so on. There are rules, and if you break the rules, there'll be consequences.
No, all we have to do is gaslight the event that we did. When we blow something up, we just say that it didn't happen, and we move on, and then we're never responsible for it.
I'm saying that might be true in the public opinion of the Americans, but the Russians know the rules and they will enforce them.
Oh, I'm sure Russia is more than willing to enforce the rules.
And so you don't get away with anything in that environment. You eventually pay the price.
For a while, I feel like repercussions are delayed in this day and age. It's not like instant.
Of course it is. What that is a check that you write and you give to the Russians, and it's there at the time of their choosing, they will cash it. And that time is not yet come. If that's the case, and I guarantee you the Russians know to what degree, if any, the U.S. is complicit in that attack.
Yeah. We'd live in an interesting world. Hey, Goon, we'd live in an interesting world if we knew all information transparently. What a world.
Well, stuff wouldn't happen because some of the stuff, only gets done because it can be done without
people knowing.
In secret. Yeah, exactly. So, and I'm someone who's very familiar with government secrets, but I can tell you that for all the benefits that we think they also have downsides. They enable you to do things that you wouldn't dare do were it not for your ability to hide that you did them.
How do you work out the morality of that? That sounds like the ends justify the means.
There's no way to work it out, and it often results in very poor moral outcomes.
There you go. But who's to judge a moral outcome?
It's history, and the long run. Like we're just recently judging our actions in the Vietnam era, and what the actions we do today will be judged more thoroughly with less passion and more rationality in 20 years or 30 years, right?
Let's add in one more person.
What do you mean that you're only just...
I bet it's some loser you're going to add in.
I just
he's already added me. So
Goon, your self-esteem, man. Come on.
I DM'd this next guy on Twitter and lightning fast, like unbelievable quickness. He fucking jumped on here.
Oh, man.
It's crazy how fast.
I was right.
Like you couldn't see me. You knew it was this loser.
How you doing, man?
Oh, he has
Good, how you
two
guys doing?
losers,
Right.
doesn't he? Yeah, I know. We get it. We've been sat here for hours. The eighth did. Waiting to get in.
Angela,
By the way, hello, Gooner. I didn't say hello to you.
Yeah.
Angela Merkel's Ibiza rave party in April. All right, now we're popping. Right on. Welcome, guys.
Did her dancing affect you so much that you had to change your name?
No, I just do this every time that I join. It's just like, okay, something funny was said. I'm typing that as my username.
I'm glad you're alive, man. I thought you died from a fever.
Oh, I almost did. I had the I had the Katy Perry fever. Not right before you think of anything. No, not STDs. I had the hot and cold
The only
thing going on where I was just having this like sweating thing, but also shaking and shit.
So you're
I think the only cure for your fever is more cowbell.
More cowbell. I like that.
Look, you just got over like dengue fever or something. So man, everyone's got
Scarlet
dengue.
fever.
Oh,
Bengay?
sorry.
Bengay fever?
Dengue.
gotta be careful where you put that stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're good near your eyes.
Are you guys both feeling? Are you 100%? You guys back
got
on
a-
track?
I am.
Bit of a headache, but I think that's more to do with you, Steve, than
Okay.
no,
Yeah.
I'm joking. I love you.
Take
so
that
much.
personally.
My volume loud? I can't tell with the headphones on.
You're a little
No,
bit
you
soft
sound
to me.
great. It's really weird to join a chat with you, Steve, where I don't hear it.
Well, there's like
constantly,
a button he found that silences that.
It
back
was
and
a-
it
was an
that little
amazing button.
that has
Yeah.
like this like big warning over it that before you join that one.
No, they used as far as that my research has shown, they've used AI to identify background noise, and then they created this new button.
Science!
Mic reduction background noise. You click on that baby, and it's unreal.
There's always a price to pay, though.
Guitar. If I play guitar with this
That-
thing turned on, it sounds like fucking dog.
You can't,
crap.
but you can just turn it off before you play.
Bingo. They just need to put a toggle on screen and not have it in
Exactly. It needs to be
Settings.
easier to get at.
the sub menu, third thing down, and you're like fucking 5 seconds later, and it fucks with the stream. So, but StreamYard's still pretty good, man.
You know, I'm missing cup of tea. Come on, cup of tea.
I have
Yeah,
a
you're
question
right.
for the panel.
And English bottle cap.
You guys have been a part of this online debate thing for longer than me. I'm curious if you feel like you have matured a lot over time through experiencing these online chat debates. Because in 2 months, I know that I have.
I feel like I've gotten worse over the years.
Like less patient, or what do you mean?
Less mature, more infantile.
I'm the opposite.
You can't help that though with like platforms like Twitter or X, whatever you fucking call it now.
Other people can help it, so I
Twitter's
can't.
tough. Twitter's tough. You got to be on your game.
I am totally a different person on Twitter than I am in real life. I'm just such an arsehole on there.
Yeah.
Last Dance just basically berates everybody.
I do.
Yeah.
That's his thing.
It's my jerkwad lively personality transported to Twitter.
Yeah, I'm definitely not seeing that.
Yeah.
You're usually
I'm
one of the
not on
most
Twitter.
laid back guys.
I'm
Right?
glad.
Sorry, do you have a Twitter, like a group, or are you there individually? I don't have Twitter already for many years.
Yeah, well, your group is the people you follow and the people you're interested
Yes, that's true. Stupid question, yeah. But I get banned anyway, so I don't even join.
in. Yeah.
What are you saying to get banned?
I don't know. A lot.
Yeah.
Lots.
No, it's very easy. I think I got banned 6 times on Twitter. So
But you're
I
saying
ask
certain
questions,
keywords,
that's it.
like you
It's not-
talked against a vaccine or you talked against a certain political group, or
oh
like
no,
how-
I told a guy that I hope his dog dies the moment he loves it the most.
That's
and-
John Wick. You shouldn't have said that.
And he was being a dick to me, so I was just like, all right, fuck it, I'm just saying this. And
Yeah, that's what, and I don't think you'd get banned. Have you been banned under Elon?
no, not yet.
Tougher
He's
to get
trying.
banned.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah,
Yeah.
challenge accepted.
Elon seems different on Twitter with the bannings.
Well, apparently he's taken away the whole thing that you can ban people, isn't he?
No, block.
Oh, block. That's it. Yeah.
Banning.
What does that mean, though? That I don't understand what that means.
Like
You
if
have
you
to
block
see
somebody,
people?
you can't see their tweets. They shouldn't be able to see yours, and that's it.
So
Right.
you have to see everything.
You can't interact with that person at all, and they can't interact with you.
That's
No,
block.
you're-
He's going to do away with that.
Yeah.
So they can't see you. You can't see them. Now, he's going to allow you to have a mute, a proper mute, which means the other person, you won't see theirs, but the other person will see your tweets. So they can't respond to you. They can't, whatever they say in the world and any ads at you will all be muted, but they can still see every tweet you put out.
To be honest,
that's a bad
people
move for
do that
psychopaths.
already. They have like alt accounts that they can see these people on.
Oh, right.
So
Workarounds.
it doesn't really matter in a big. Yeah, I kind of get that in a way.
I'm too lazy to have alt accounts anymore. I'm just me.
Yeah, but you could just like log on a different computer that you're not signed in on, and see their tweets.
Right.
So log out and you can look at them, and you can just copy their fucking thing if you really want to repost something about them. But
I don't.
What are you drinking, Last Dance?
Guinness.
I think he's been faithful to the Guinness since I met him.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Is it extra cold or regular?
It's extra stout.
It looks like it doesn't have much of a
12 weeks.
I didn't see any nitrogen. Was that from a bottle or a can?
It's from a bottle.
Yeah, less nitrogen in the bottles for sure. Nathan,
I
what do you think
the Irish give a shit when they drink it, to be honest.
No, probably not. Nathan, what do you think of last week's pub? Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, good. I don't remember. Was it good? I think it was fun.
It was wild.
I think it was great. I don't remember.
Evidently, it wasn't memorable though.
Drown Tech was here. He went nuts. He was wild, which he totally admits.
No, that wasn't. Was that last week? I think it was the week before.
I think it was last week.
I think it was last week. Him and Biscuit were.
Last week, him and Biscuit were going at it. It was awesome.
Was I here?
Yeah.
He basically repented of that experience.
Mentally or physically?
He was editing his own video and was like, yeah, I'm sorry.
It was fine, dude. Like I told him on his Discord, this is like a pub, and when people get lively and crazy and a little over the top, that's what people do at pubs. You have a few beers. We all left, but we're fine. Everything's great. We didn't achieve anything. We didn't hash out any problems. The world, we had some fun, and that's what it's all about. Everyone's going to be different, man. I need
to get drunker then. Damn.
I mean, this is a pub thing. Nobody does anything apart from get pissed and then argue and then forget about it in the morning.
Right. Like, if you go to a pub and read a newspaper and sit there and that's what you like to do at the pub, this probably isn't the place for you. We're here to we're the other people at the pub that are loud and boisterous and fucking talking and
Hey, Scump TV, how you doing?
I can't read, Steve, so I don't know.
There was like an old video from the 90s, a bunch of guys getting together drinking like hard booze. They had suits on. I feel like it was like Ministry or maybe some German band, and they're all like chugging booze and shit. Like, that's the pub.
There's a British band, I can't remember what they're called now, but they do a similar music video where they basically go into every British pub in the world, in Britain, but they just keep getting kicked out because they're so drunk.
That's great.
They just walk in and like, no, get out. And they're getting thrown out by like barmen and stuff.
Awesome. Love it. Hey, look who's in the house. Scum TV. Scum is great.
Happy Scum weekend.
Yes, it is. It is the Labor Day weekend here in America.
Yeah.
And by that, we mean we're not going to work on that day.
Because that's how we celebrate Labor Day, by eschewing labor for that day.
We call them bank holidays because the banks are closed.
Well, we don't. We only have a holiday if there's a name and a cause attached to it.
Oh yeah, same.
Oh, okay.
What was the most recent addition to America? Wasn't there a recent holiday added?
Juneteenth.
Was it literally Juneteenth officially?
Yes, June 19th.
That's right.
Yes.
What's
that all about?
What is that holiday about?
There was a place.
Nobody knows.
Yeah.
They're like,
that had a very prominent and strong African American community. What city was it last, Anthony?
Was it in Texas somewhere? Brownsville, maybe?
Dear
Maybe,
Google.
but there was this community of African Americans that were doing very well, and apparently the section of white people didn't like it, and they rioted and trashed the town and harmed these people. I don't know much about it myself. I'm embarrassed to say, but that is the most recent holiday.
So you're having a holiday because a bunch of people didn't like another bunch of people?
I
I'm not
guess.
sure why there's a holiday.
I mean, we have May Day, but that's because we didn't like the Nazis. I mean,
Thank you.
Don't take it personally.
Calling you a Nazi?
He didn't say Germans. He said Nazis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's get the official.
There's a subtle difference, unless you still learn Nazi.
Pull up those facts, Steve.
Yeah, facts.
I don't know what they teach in your
Smokesteve's
schools.
wife says
Okay,
it's
okay,
wrong.
we're all completely fucking wrong. No, okay, there's two things going on here. Juneteenth is a federal holiday commemorating the end of slavery.
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 I love that.
Slavery. I'm reading ahead of what I'm saying, so I'm like 2 sentences ahead
He's
of
in the
what I'm
future.
coming out of my mouth. Yeah, it's a stupid way to read, so I'll stop doing that. So yeah, there apparently in Galveston, Texas, there was a group of enslaved peoples who didn't realize that it had ended like months or whatever before, and for them, they were the last significant group of people that were freed.
They didn't have
Because-
Twitter.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
That was their mistake.
They didn't turn
Exactly.
notifications on. I mean,
Right.
You can imagine in these remote places, a slave owner's not going to tell them possibly that they're
That's
no
so
longer
messed up.
enslaved. They're freed
That's
people.
so messed up. Like
It's
nowhere.
so fucked up.
Did I forget to tell you that you're not slaves anymore?
Yeah, it's disturbing, and I think this is a
one day they'll
celebration.
make a holiday out of this.
And the celebration is this is the final like significant group that really that slavery
liberated.
had ended. They were liberated, and freedom of all enslaved people was achieved, and that's the date
So
that they
why is
chose.
it so controversial? If it's the end of slavery officially in the United States, why is it a controversial subject?
Is it controversial? I'm not aware. I mean,
I remember multiple people having a backlash, like eye rolling experience with Juneteenth, and I don't
at
know.
some point we have to stop making new holidays. That's my only.
Let's just
No, but
replace
we
To
the
be
don't.
ones.
honest, don't you already have like a Black History Month that's all dedicated to this shit already?
Yes, the shortest month of the year.
I mean, why do you need an
That's just
extra
a
day
coincidence.
off to celebrate this?
I want to say it was it Richard Pryor who brought that up first? There was a famous black comedian who brought up February 28 days. Of course, that's the one they give to Black History Month. You know, it's a short month. I'm not gonna lie.
There's no way you can justify that wasn't on purpose. There's not even possible. Well, we can't give them Christmas because December no good.
That's
Thanksgiving.
reserved for Santa.
I don't know, but it's a. What was the point of that subject again?
the controversy behind it. The
Y-
controversy.
Your holidays and what
Oh yeah,
they
the
were-
controversy with June 19th. I think it comes from the combination of two words, June and 19th, that nobody had ever heard it described as Juneteenth before. So people were kind of like, what is this? A lot of people, I'd never heard it said that way. Had you guys?
I heard Juneteenth. Yes.
Only in the last year.
Not in
No,
the last
prior
year
to
or so.
it becoming a thing to us. I never
No.
did.
I mean, I've heard it before it became a holiday. Yeah, I'd heard it.
But I never heard of the term Juneteenth before.
Yeah, that's what I'd heard of.
Did you, Aphid, ever hear of it?
What happened?
Juneteenth, like through your whole life, was that something you heard about? Or
Some racist things. Or
I mean,
something.
in the past decade, I would say, but before that,
Right.
it was
decade?
different.
Okay.
Exactly.
I mean, my own ignorance to it is that I just had never heard of it. So I was like, what is this? But I agree with you when whoever said it's the end of slavery, that is worth celebrating. Which RW, I think, said that. There is no controversy. RW's gone. Is that a.
Yeah, but he's left the Holy Grail.
Yeah,
Or the Holy Hand Grenade.
That's the
anyway.
part that counts.
Yeah. We can
I
Actually,
can't even
I
remember
think-
what it is.
I think it's just a bottle of Chambord.
I don't know. I think he's left a grenade just in case a white rabbit comes across the screen.
Yeah.
Then we can just
Fun
shoot
fact:
it at that.
the bottle of Chambord looks eerily like the Holy Hand Grenade from the Monty Python.
No,
episode.
really? Oh, okay.
It's
I
a
didn't know
round
that.
ball with a cross on it. It's hilarious.
I want that. Okay, if you can ship that to me, I will pay you for that.
Dude, I'll tell you this much, Goon. That bottle will stay in your liquor cabinet until you're old and gray because Chambord is disgusting. It
Oh,
is
okay.
foul.
No, I totally agree. I bought a vodka from one of my when I was visiting a mate, and they had this thing called AK-47, and it was actually in a glass thing, like a shape like an AK. I was like,
Yeah.
I need to buy that.
Right.
And I tasted it. I was like, this tastes like shit. I can't believe I paid like $80 for this. But I love the glass, the
80?
AK thing.
You paid 80?
Yeah, about 80.
Jesus.
Probably costs that much to make with the elaborate shape.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, actually, they marinate it in AK-47s. That's also how they clean the guns.
Oh, well.
Boom. That's
I actually think that might have tasted better if they did.
Have you? I think your money would have been better spent on the Crystal Skull vodka from Dan.
I've got
Aykroyd.
one of them as well.
That looks cool.
I have a crystal skull.
Well, now I know what you're gullible for.
It actually doesn't taste too bad. But I mean, Dan Aykroyd, Crystal Skull, the way he sells it is just perfection. So I was like, yeah, gotta have it.
Any vodka left in it, or is it empty?
Oh yeah, there's loads of it. Yeah, I know. I only have one bit of it. It's not too bad.
Oh, well, could you do a taste testing here?
Good point, Smoke Wife.
Maybe. Hold on.
If
Yeah,
you
maybe.
do a taste testing, I'll clip this. I'll make
Maybe
my
no.
first clip.
It's all because I locked all my fucking nice stuff away, like the AK and the glass and stuff, and so.
You
All right,
locked
let
it
me-
away?
Well,
I gotta
yeah, because
grab
I
a
was
beer.
moving
I'll be
shit
right
around
back.
my house. I was trying
Oh.
to pack stuff away, and I only kept like the drinks that I was drinking out, like Jim Beam, stuff like that.
Are mixed drinks more popular in the can there? When I went to Australia, Jack and Coke and stuff, they're super expensive, but they had them pre-mixed in cans, and that's not something I ever saw in America.
You don't see like things mixed in America.
No.
Not
Do you
like
get
rum,
pre-mixed
Coke.
drinks like, for example, gin and
Oh
tonic?
yeah, gin and tonic.
Yeah, they do have gin and tonic. I know that. I remember that.
Can?
Yeah, in a can.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah, in a can.
Fuck.
JD and Coke and stuff like that.
Why can't
Yeah,
you just mix it yourself? You guys
Yeah, that's
lazy?
the,
or something?
that's the American way. You gotta
Because
buy the whole
people
bottle.
don't want to buy a whole bottle of
Exactly.
JD and a whole bottle of Coke. They just want what?
This is
3.
That's a good point.
this is a gin and tonic to go, not a whole bottle of gin and a whole bottle of tonic. Just
Yeah.
It was just
The
hard
Jack
because
and
the
Coke,
six-pack
what's the
cost same as
Coke?
whole bottle.
Is it like some shitty off-brand, or is it like real Coke?
Well, I think it's real Coca-Cola.
if you call it Jack
Like,
and Coke, it's got to be
Australia,
real
I don't
Coke.
think it was Coca-Cola.
So
Yeah.
Coke has like some part in this distribution.
Possibly.
Not
Yes.
the ones that I've seen.
Wow.
I don't remember seeing Coca-Cola on it.
Now I'm kind of getting
I'm
pissed. on
pretty
that.
sure I saw Coca-Cola on over here anyway.
Okay. Yeah, I'm like,
JD.
why would they not capitalize on that? That's crazy.
But who buys this stuff anyway? I mean, we also have it in Germany, so a lot of these small cans with vodka and Red Bull or energy drink, and it all
Yeah.
tastes like
Really?
shit.
Wow.
Yeah,
I
there's
try and
more
stay away
cans.
from the loco stuff. Those
I never
energy
buy
drinks
that.
with alcohol in them, that makes me want to drive a car. That's not a good combination.
Yeah,
I
that's
have
what I'm
to get a
thinking
car.
is these
I always
these
drive drunk.
These cans, these are designed for portability and namely a car.
Oh, come on! Like your ladies have like stuff like White Claw.
No,
Which is
I have
basically like water and
48%
It's
alcohol.
not for ladies. I enjoy a claw once in a while.
Thank you, Steve. I'm glad you said that. I got a whole 10-pack in my fridge right now.
Smokesteve made it safe.
Tastes
I
like
don't
wax.
buy it, dude. But you guys remember a few months ago when Smoke Wife busted me? I was drinking White Claws on the pub. She was like, "Stop drinking my White Claws." I'm like, yeah, "They're in the fridge."
Oh, it was.
Yeah, they
Shame
were
on you for
hers.
making them nice temperatures.
They
I like cold
taste good.
beverages.
What is a White Claw?
Yeah, what is
Filter water.
It's
Seltzer with
basically a
5%
tonic
alcohol.
water with.
it? Okay,
Not tonic, seltzer.
Hold on, I'll show you.
that's
Yeah,
water,
it's like
no?
all
Mineral
those
water.
drinks now, like Perrier, that have a little bit of flavor in them. That and alcohol. I didn't like it. I can't say that I'd ever do it again.
I like them. I'll tell you one thing. My buddy brought over some expensive rum, and he was like, "I brought these expensive sodas. Instead of bringing Coke, he brought this Boylan.
Yeah, I like Boylan's.
Dude, it doesn't work in a rum and Coke. There wasn't
Oh.
enough fizz. It was like, I don't know. You want that Coke to hit that rum and it to be like, fizz up like crazy, kind of. I don't know, a little bit kind of a sharp.
And you don't have to
fizzy.
mix it. It's
Yeah,
perfectly
this
distributed.
thing wasn't fizzy enough. It was too sweet and it wasn't fizzy enough. I only like a splash. So you got to have that Coke like fresh out of the can, splash on top, just a and then boom.
I like
And not in
the
rock
Boylan's Black Cherry. That's good stuff.
Really?
I
It
like
must
it.
be a northern brand. I don't see that.
All right,
down
here we go. Boylan taste test. Straight up, no alcohol.
Come on, spray it out.
It's not fizzy enough for me. It has.
He didn't
That's
have
the
a gas. He wasn't like, so I don't know. It didn't pass the test for me.
Didn't pass the satisfaction sigh test.
Yeah, it
The
didn't
Mexican
sing.
sodas, they got cane sugar. I think that's what makes
Mexican
them good, isn't
Coke.
it?
Yeah, but they're
Mexicoke.
What are those
Yep.
called? What are those
And it's
called?
not as fizzy as ours.
It's called
Coke.
Mexicoke.
Must have something to do with
no,
that
no.
cane
Oh,
sugar.
It could.
Oh, you're thinking of Jarritos.
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 That's like basically Skittle water.
What the fuck is that?
It's
I
a
don't know any of this.
it's a brand of Mexican soda.
It's a soda
okay,
that
thank you.
tastes very pretend.
Oh, I love their fruit punch soda. That's like childish goodness. I love it.
I don't think I've ever had that flavor.
No,
They have a
you
lot
know.
of flavor.
Yeah, and they're very colorful too.
Yes. They don't
I mean,
have
we-
any problems with food coloring at all.
Nope.
In America, we
prefer-
prefer brownish black. That's what we like.
I prefer no food coloring. I got to be honest with you. I think it's unnecessary.
Pepsi Crystal.
I don't drink soda, so it doesn't matter to me with Coke and shit like that.
What do you think? What do you think about Mountain Dew?
Trash.
Looks like
Oh,
plutonium.
Yeah.
Trash, bro.
That's why I love it.
They were the
I
first
do-
ones to
I don't
capitalize on
like-
new flavor every month.
I'm not a big fan of Mountain Dew, but I do
I never
when I go to
was.
Taco Bell, the Baja Blast. It's like a bluish green.
It's a
What
good
is that?
combination
It's
with
good every
Taco
once in a
Bell.
while.
It really makes a good experience in your life experiences when you drink that Baja Blast and eat a bunch of Taco Bell. They named it appropriately.
What is the Baja Blast?
Because you
The
blast.
It's when you
toilet?
go to the bathroom a half
Yeah,
hour
yeah.
later.
Tornado in the toilet.
It's,
Anna, do you got Taco Bells over there?
I know that it should exist somewhere, but not in my town. But I like Mexican.
Do you have any
food, and after each,
American fast food places over there, like McDonald's or Kentucky Fried Chicken?
KFC, Burger
Yeah.
King, McDonald's, Five Guys. But I think it's not American. It's Israeli.
Five
Guys.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
we
is,
have
yeah.
Five Guys, yeah. Maybe it's Israeli. I don't know from where it is.
No, it's
Yeah.
it's American.
It
We've
ain't
been
going-
Israeli. It ain't Israeli. Hell no.
I'm always fascinated because it seems to matter. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can always get shit American fast food.
It's so disappointing.
But
That
It's
was
not as bad.
It's not
Oh
treated
no, no,
like
no!
that.
They've
Sometimes
started
it's high
getting
dining.
worse. We're getting places like Taco Bell and stuff, which is
Yeah, but we don't have any other country. Like, do you guys have any other country fast food? Like, or is it all American? I mean,
Jolly
you got
Green.
your own, I'm sure.
do you count Tim Hortons?
That's Canadian, isn't it?
Yes.
It's
But
They could-
Jolly
they
Bee,
could-
that's Filipino.
Squeak in there somehow.
How
We
about what
had,
was that one? El Polo Hermanos.
Oh yeah, hermano.
No,
we had
I don't
some
want any.
Wimpy.
Oh, that was from Breaking
That
Bad.
was from Breaking
Yeah.
Bad.
Yeah,
It's mythical.
Oh, Los Polos, yeah.
took me a minute. It almost sounded
Win-
like the name of the company we invented in college to buy nitrous oxide and sell it for huge profits.
What about
Good
Jack in the
Long
Box?
time ago.
Goon, you got Jack in the Box over there?
No, unfortunately not.
Jack in the Box.
No.
Unfortunately, not. I don't
Oh,
think
yeah.
I've eaten a Jack in the Box.
I don't
before.
know.
When you're drunk, it's good to have fast
Maybe
food.
They were
I would
they were
say
famous for
maybe
killing
London.
like 14 people in the 90s.
Oh, I vaguely remember that.
Food
What
poisoning?
was it? Botulism or something?
Forefathers of heart
It
attack.
was E. coli. Or,
E. coli?
Yeah, E.
Okay.
coli? Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
I guess there's a
coli's-
form of E. coli that really like does a number on kids.
I'm curious of how many people McDonald's has killed.
Oh
The
yeah,
old
right.
Ronald.
Look at those numbers, buddy.
He's a fucking.
They're all in.
murderer now.
They're all in unmarked graves in Canada, just waiting to be found.
Oh man.
Not my-
What's interesting to me is I'm told that in different countries, McDonald's can be considered fine dining, where here it's
Oh.
like slop shop, whereas other countries it's like you dress up to go to it. I would love to see that experience.
You know,
It's
RW.
only
I
different
think
food
I think
in
it's
other places.
Japan. Every New Year, like the New Year that we celebrate, they all get KFC. I don't know why. I don't know what the reason is behind it, but they'll get
Sounds
KFC.
like a
It's
suicidal
like
event.
their tradition.
Yeah, that's
Celebrate
nasty.
When I was a kid, RW, well, we're talking when I was very young, like the late 60s, McDonald's was considered fine dining for that style of food.
So
It was
people dress
considered. It was considered the
Oh, yeah,
clean
no.
the clean alternative to what was at the time the greasy spoon.
Yeah, like them and Pizza Hut was another one, wasn't it?
They were
Yeah,
a
Pizza
lot
Hut,
better.
Advertised
80s,
themselves
they
as
were
like
a lot
fine
higher.
dining restaurant.
Higher than they are now. Not fine dining ever, but
No,
They
I'm
were
sure. I'm
hu-
sure they did. They were like the fine dining of America at one point.
No,
The
it
Hut.
was-
the Hut.
The only part that they're
it was
fine
a thing.
dining is when the husband's like, "Fine, we'll go to," that's about it.
Oh,
interestingly,
days, yeah.
Here on the New Year's Eve, it's traditional for us to get Americanized Chinese food, which is like,
Ugh.
Chop
chicken
suey.
fingers, friggin' kung pao chicken, General Tso's, whatever, orange beef.
flavored
Oh,
chicken.
Oh, mate,
How about that orange
General
beef? My
Tso's.
buddy's always like, orange beef. I'm like, orange beef? Never in your fucking life you want orange beef. Now all of a sudden you want oranges and beef mixed together? It's disgusting, but I don't
There's
know.
neither orange nor beef in it though, so you have nothing to worry about.
Oh, there's beef.
I-
and there's some fake orange flavor.
I
It's
like
weird.
I like the Chinese joke of Chinese woman and her husband are sat in bed, and her husband turns to the woman and goes, "I fancy a 69 tonight," and she goes, "Why you want beef and broccoli at this hour?"
No,
Okay.
and then
I'm sorry.
I appreciate the extra sound panel dance.
Thank you.
Interesting. All right.
They brought the house down.
Yeah, really,
Yeah,
literally.
sorry, Jesus Christ.
Mic check.
I didn't think the joke was that bad, but
No, it was
Although-
probably my
then again,
predecessor
you
that
said
brought
General Tso's. We don't have such a thing over here.
So's is
Like a sweet breaded
So's
chicken, like a
steak.
sweet
No.
glazed
Yeah, no.
breaded
I've
chicken.
learned that from the internet. It's
Some
amazing.
people call it General Gao.
It translates to mistake.
Do they?
General mistake.
Gao.
Yeah,
TSO.
yeah.
Asshole.
It's the same thing, General Gao or General Tso. I'm pretty sure it's just mispronunciation of the same person's name.
It's
It's like
TSO, isn't it? How could you get Gao out of that?
Isn't it like a sweet and sour
it probably
fried
meant gout.
chicken ball type thing?
It's weird.
Well, we have sweet and sour chicken, which is breaded chicken
Yeah.
with the red sauce.
Yeah, like
The
it's
red
called in the
sauce.
color.
I love how you
It's
define it.
Red.
It's liquefied candy. That sauce.
Yeah.
It's
No.
foul.
I'm thinking more
It's
like
ketchup and vinegar, I think. or
Oh my
something.
God, no way.
no, it's not.
It's
Oh,
ketchup is the most part of it.
no.
I
I'm
get
pretty
hungry
sure.
now. Thank you.
Wow. I'm so glad that I don't dine out in fucking American Chinese places.
One
now.
of the most common ingredients is I don't know what that word is, to sweet and sour in the Chinese restaurants is applesauce. If you
Yeah.
picture the color of it,
Are you
It's
sure?
that- yeah. Well, I said that once to a woman, and she said, "How did you know?" And I was like, "Oh, it is applesauce." She said, "That's the base." So yeah, that was the big tub of sweet and sour that comes with.
It's not the same looking applesauce we get over here. That looks like cum.
No, it's smooth. I don't know what they do to it, bro. They probably cook it down. Who knows? Add
It's
vinegar.
it's horrible. I remember having like fucking roast dinners, and my nan would go, "Where's the apple sauce?" And it just looks like a slab of cum on a plate, and I was like,
Oh,
Oh,
Is that-
okay. Here we go. It's 1 cup pineapple juice,
"Yes,
three-quarter cup packed light brown sugar,
Damn.
a third cup rice vinegar, 3 tablespoons ketchup. So there's not much ketchup in it. 2 tablespoons of soy sauce, and then cornstarch to thicken it up. That's
son
it.
of a-
I can't
And
believe
then-
it actually has ketchup in it. I thought you were totally pulling my chain.
No, I wasn't. I wouldn't.
That's
I've made
just-
it before.
It's just tomatoes, vinegar, and sugar. That's just ketchup is,
But
I'm
it's got
sure
that,
there's
like,
more than
neon
one
color.
way to skin a cat, and that.
Well, yeah, there's probably some applesauce, sweet and sour.
No
sauce.
pun intended with that use of terminology.
I'm out.
Talking about this
Meow, meow, meow.
particular culture. No, I didn't mean it like that. I just want to say.
They're
But do
probably
they eat
delicious.
cats? Sorry. They don't.
No,
Nobody
you grind
does,
up
right?
your weed. It's fine. Go on.
Nobody does that.
I couldn't imagine even skinning a cat to eat it. There can't be much meat on that thing anyway.
Well, you say that, but I've had pigeon steak, and it's
You're like, well,
delicious. So,
You
Yeah,
said you had
pigeon?
pigeon,
yeah.
but they'd have breast. They'd have at least a section of meat.
Yeah, well, a pigeon is like what? Like fucking fourth the size of a cat? I mean,
Yeah,
as long as you
I hear what you're saying.
give that cat a little bit of food and stuff, pork it
I
out.
just feel like the cat, you'd basically be chewing on ligaments, crunching
I
on
mean-
the cat.
It depends what kind of cat. I mean, you've got to feed it a little bit, plump it up a little bit.
Right,
My
right.
cats aren't good eating cats.
You got to get a couple Maine Coons, farm those babies out, get them up to 25, 30 pounds.
Yeah,
Put
that's
some
it. Give them
cat-
a little chunk.
And then
uh,
hunt them
cat
like
steaks.
lions.
I
I
love
think
Maine.
at this point, eating refugees will yield more meat, right?
Eating what?
That's disturbing.
Refugees.
Oh my! I don't know. I'm gonna have to be really hungry to even think about. That's Soylent Green type topics.
No,
Yeah.
because talk about pigeons. I think that pigeons are not clean and they're small. So anyway, if you start to eat weird shit, then yeah, this will do a double job. Get rid of them and feed the population, right? That's
Wow!
what I cry about.
Wow!
It's a
And you
joke.
think you get banned from Twitter?
No kidding, huh?
hard to believe.
It's about Twitter.
You wouldn't get banned from this iteration of Twitter.
Yeah. It's a
No,
bunch of
well,
twits
it
here.
was a joke.
No,
Do you,
Okay.
Anna? Anna,
I'm
do you-
joking right back, my friend?
What?
Anna, do
Please?
you do Hearsay type videos anymore on any platform?
Well, I don't know. I mean, there's enough interesting content. I don't know where to do it, and also you don't
Right.
have these dynamics anymore. I also want people to be entertained and to not be bored, and I don't know if I have this energy anymore. Otherwise, my pupils, if they see that, I have a problem. Yeah.
I was gonna say.
So-
Yeah, but you were teaching back.
Sure.
Weren't you teaching back when you did lively hearsays, weren't you?
I was not teaching. I was working
Oh,
first in a library, then for the city, and then I also stopped doing that. And now I'm here. So I switch my workplace every few years.
You could wear a
My
mask.
educational teacher.
You
Please?
could
You
do it
go
on
back
a.
to wearing those
Yeah,
sunglasses.
wear a mask.
You could do it on
Because I
a
don't know why.
on a dark
Because I wanted
screen.
to.
Was
Just
it?
What,
for-
please?
I think it was Beefo that had a problem with Anna wearing her sunglasses on her videos.
Beefo.
I wanted
was
to
name.
do it. That's why I did it. I don't know why.
So just get a pair of like aviators and a fake mustache, and there you go.
And
You're fine. No one
a
will.
voice changer app.
I prefer to wear my uniform, you know?
Yeah, you're right. It's too
Yeah,
much work.
that's what Anna. That's just what Anna needs is something to fuck with her voice even more. You know,
My voice is
Like, we
low
can't-
after a few years
it's
of
hard enough
smoking
to
drugs,
understand
you know,
her,
this
but
voice, yeah.
voice changer
Well,
would
that's
be the
because you're
worst thing.
American, Aphids. I understand it perfectly. I mean,
Every time I hear, her, I feel like if I turn my head,
Please,
it help
we
in
can
some
speak
way.
in German. If you learn German like I speak English, then we can speak in German.
ich liebe dich.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I
Hey.
understand most. 90%.
Meet me at the half of the road, yeah?
What did you say
Right.
exactly right then? That last thing, we would be speaking German if it wasn't for who?
I
Russia?
said- he said he doesn't understand my English. That's what I thought. Maybe I didn't hear it well. So I
No,
say
that's what I
we
said.
don't have to speak English. If he knows German, then speak German. English sucks, I know.
Spreche Deutsch,
but that's-
Bruder.
so I can-
Yes, a Dutch.
Which is what you know, like what, it's 5 languages, I think, or something, don't you?
T5, yeah.
What's the hardest one to learn?
Well, French, because I forgot half of it already. I don't speak it, so I learned it in school, but when you don't
Yeah,
use
so
that,
did I.
it goes away. I know Russian, Bulgarian because my father is from there, German because my mother is from there, and I learned actively Russian and English.
So I only know English and stupid, and maybe a little bit of
Not stupid.
a little bit of Swedish, but I still think that's stupid. Because
You're not stupid. English is very important. It's the most important language.
Yes, yes.
So
Swedish is?
Swedish is
cool, yeah.
very difficult. Yeah.
No. What? Anna, did you say Swedish is the most important language?
No English.
No,
Swedish is
oh.
like German.
I thought you said stupid. Oh. I was about to feel intelligent then.
I don't
No,
know. It depends on you how you feel about it.
I don't know. Well, I still
I don't
think
judge you.
stupid is a very intelligent language to learn.
You said it. I don't say it. You're stupid.
yeah, okay, so the chat has died down. Well, that's
Yeah, I
fine.
saw it died a little bit ago.
It's
Everyone's
zooming over there. Like it's hard to keep up.
9:08 to 9:29, so it's been dead for 20
Just
minutes.
Well, you know,
scrolling
we
so
don't
fast.
have cup of tea.
That's
Yeah.
true. He does keep it
But-
going.
That does
He posts a lot of
take out
the messages.
90%.
I hope the old boy's doing all right.
For the Win Nil was a big fan of me last weekend. I don't see him
Yeah,
either.
he was.
That's not what FTW means, but I like your positive attitude there, buddy.
What does it mean?
What does it mean? I
The
thought
world.
FTW was for the win.
Fuck the world.
For the win.
Oh.
That's what I thought.
Where'd that guy come from? Was he ever on here, like on camera?
Yeah. Oh, I'll scratch that. I've been on camera with him before. He's very cool.
But not here.
Not here. He's a super chill guy. He's fucking hardworking dude. He
Yeah,
drinks.
seems like it.
He's fine. He's. Was he getting on you or was he chill? I
Oh
don't
yeah,
know.
he was all over me. He
Yeah.
laughed.
I can't tell you. Your sarcasm, like sometimes it's hard to get. If you
No, he
suck.
was, and he was like asking for the link to come on because he had something to say to me, you know. So I gave it to him, and then he was gone.
He'll join in. He'll talk to you, man. I've always known that guy to be completely someone who'll at least talk and talk it out.
I'm guessing you probably know him from Drone Techs.
I don't know. Aphid Lips seems to bring out the
I
anger
do. I bring out the
in
best in people.
otherwise average normal people.
Who is the
Drone
person?
Tech and
I used to really give it to Anna a long time ago because she would make these videos, and she would do nothing but complain about America, but every time she had like American clothes on, and I'm like, why are you contributing to
So you're going to
America?
bring that up again now, huh?
Yeah.
No
But
scab can be left unpicked, huh?
It seems like I really get under people's skin for some reason, I guess.
How? You seem laid back as hell, man.
I know,
I'm
man,
missing
but-
all this.
I'll tell you why he gets, because people here tend to be pretty right wing, and he's not quite as right wing.
It's according to that test, we're all equal and we're all the same.
No, I mean it's hard. You really don't. You're not a good fit for the token liberal, but you have to. That's your role to play, and you might as well accept it.
I guess
You wouldn't consider yourself conservative, Aphid?
No,
I wouldn't consider myself anything, but we all took this test and we all came out. Me, Smokesteve, and Last Dance. I don't know if Goon took that test or not.
Yeah, I took it. I was
shit.
extremely right wing.
But we came out exactly the same. What you were? I think you were more far right than the rest of us were. I think.
Yeah, but we all turned out right wing or something.
What
Sounds-
was
We're all
what did they
right-wing.
call us?
Yeah.
Hey, Brandon, welcome to the party.
Was it libertarian right? Was that what it was? I can't
I
remember
think
what
it was
Something like
libertarian right, I believe. Which I can almost accept that if I had to be accepted by something.
Yeah.
So you're
Because
saying
I even
you're
feel
not
like
flagged by
independent.
the
Oh, where'd he
government.
go? He just got on.
His internet
Even
has been very
independent.
bad.
Even independent, I feel like is a category, and I don't
Yeah.
want to be in any category.
I think you guys are misremembering what it was that we were labeled as, because we were all the same.
Did
Oh.
you do like a Disney princess test, or like I'm confused?
You know, it should be
Yeah.
should
Pretty
be in the
much.
Discord.
Yeah, what was this, Smokesteve?
How far back was it though?
Have
Oh,
a better
pretty
memory than
far
us
back
old
now.
geezers over here.
What is this stupid fucking thing?
Just real quick, Grundgesetz. What does that mean? What was the translation?
What?
Your
About
name,
what?
Grund.
It's like the
This is
German,
The
the name of
the German
the
German
German
Constitution.
Constitution. Yeah.
Oh,
It's last
okay.
article that talks about transforming the constitution and making a new state form.
Interesting.
Possibility of it, because it will happen anyway. One day we will change what Germany is now to something different. Not we, but people will. Yeah.
And how long has it been since the last change? Was it when the wall came down?
And about the war, yeah, of course it was changed. It was including now the new territories, but actually it was created in 1945 when Germany was defeated. Yeah,
Okay.
and it's a constitution that was written by others. So we need a constitution that we will write. Yeah, or the Germans will write. I mean, I'm only half German, so I don't. Will not be my task, but I hope that we can develop in a peaceful way, in a better way than now.
So
Because
you expect more sovereignty from the German
yeah,
people
because
to have their.
I don't know. Yeah, you see, look, you mentioned yourself the Nord Stream stuff. Yeah,
Yes.
it's not possible that people that call themselves allies do this to us. So we need to be really independent and friends with all states. Yeah.
Indeed.
Also with Russia, because we need Russia.
Oh.
Without Russia, we cannot go ahead, yeah? We need also the US. So we need to find a balance between everyone, yeah?
It's a hard game to play.
I don't know if I made sense now, but this
No,
is
you-
the
I
idea.
understood you.
Pacifism,
I
pacifism
understood.
and patriotism in one.
Anna,
Good
are you
luck.
glad that the wall came down, or would you rather the thing still was up?
Look, I have no capacity to talk about it because, of course, many people were unhappy with the war, like the
That's
people
it.
who were oppressed, they existed. On the other hand, there were also people who lost a lot when it came down. So, in the end, yeah, had we known that it develops like this, that we will be in the state that we're in now, maybe we should have done it differently, yeah, with some long periods of transformation, not destroying everything in the east and turning it into an impoverished area, right? I don't know if this answer satisfies you.
Well, no.
Yes and no.
Well, maybe
I-
this is just
I
a stepping
misunderstood.
stone. Like the pendulum's swinging that way, and it's going to come back. And
No, you ask me, I try to be objective. Of course, I would say no, fuck that, but I try to see both sides and many people want it to fall. So yeah, and we're one people, so it had to come down, but not with the destruction of the economy of the East, yeah, and flooding everything with what I already mentioned, yeah.
Yeah.
This cannot be and this
I
would
wish
Nord
I knew
Stream
more history to
shows
understand better.
the history. It's too long. I don't
what
want to
was the
talk alone.
governments on both sides of the wall? Was it democracy on one side and communism on the other, or what was the split?
Exactly.
Well, it was West Germany, which is a U.S. Controlled entity and democracy. Yeah, the other part was Soviet controlled and socialists, not communists. Socialists. It's a difference. Yeah.
How could you
But
bring that wall down and bring that together without dissolving one completely?
they dissolved East Germany, destroyed the army, sold everything for scrap metal, and took over all the companies, and then dissolved them as well, most of them.
No,
So
no, but I'm saying, how could you have taken the wall down and brought those two beliefs together to have something better than just getting rid of one? Is it
No,
possible, or that's foolish?
they got rid of East Germany, like in Eastern Europe. They got rid of everything and absorbed these people. Yeah, I mean, it's too long. I don't want to annoy the host here. But yeah, it was simply that East Germany got absorbed and everything was destroyed, almost everything. Not physically, but in the end, yeah, economically, let's say.
Okay.
You do got a good mic. You do got a good mic now, Anna. You sound
better.
crystal clear.
Yeah, I bought one. I hope, yeah, thank you. But now I shut up because I'm not the host here, yeah? But thank you for asking.
You'd be the only one to obey that rule.
I think everyone speak for everyone when it's always good to see you, Anna.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Nice to meet you, Anna.
I can also teach you perfect stupid, don't worry.
Are you trying to fuck
you
with
speak
me
it to
now?
you?
To mess with me? I already know it.
Hey,
I am surrounded by it from all sides, yeah?
Oh,
Thank you.
No,
Not here, but in society, yeah?
Yeah,
This is a safe space.
No, it's I don't know, Saturday.
Hey, Brandon.
Enough time.
Yeah, somebody welcome Dank
What's going
Brandon
down?
before he leaves.
Thank Brandon. Nice background, buddy.
Somehow I had everything muted the last time. I had to figure out what I was doing wrong.
That's
Still,
okay.
Smokesteve could benefit by boosting your volume.
Yeah, still a little low.
I can help his volume. Yeah, there you go.
How's that?
He has a
All right.
nice mic. I know that.
He knows
Yeah,
how
he
to
does.
do it. He's doing
got
it while
boom
I'm
arm.
doing it.
It's
When
okay.
Two people are doing the same thing. It
Yeah, that sounds
overrides the
better.
whole system. That's perfect.
The echo's still on.
You've been
Yeah.
active in the last 2 days, Brandon. You've been all in on the internet.
I ain't got a job.
Well, I'm just saying, like, it's been.
Yeah, I haven't had a job. I haven't had a job in about a week, so.
Well, congrats on the new job.
I wonder what's with all the fireworks. It's not typically a
Oh
fireworks
no, I haven't had
weekend.
I don't have a job. Unfortunately.
Oh, right. Oh, right.
He's working on it, bro.
I gotta go check on. I'm taking care of my daughter's dog tonight. I gotta see if he's being disturbed by these fireworks. Hold on.
Just make sure they're not gunshots.
Yeah, there's too many.
He finds out the dog has got 2 guns in each paw.
Let's do this. It's time.
Yeah.
Time to get a new dog. Not patriotic enough.
He's Korean and he's sat on a rooftop.
I don't know. Like, I feel bad when dogs are like scared by fireworks and shit. But are any of you guys on like your local Facebook forums?
No.
No.
And people are like, my dog is so scared of the fireworks. One of these gonna end, and everyone's like,
We need an
maybe
amendment.
Maybe at the end of the summer, you know, like, good luck with your fucking dog. Nobody cares. Like, I feel bad.
Maybe just teach your dog not to be such a pussy.
That's
Yeah.
the thing. How do you,
My dog's fine with fireworks.
well, how's what's his name? Chico Juarez? No, Sven.
Juarez?
Sorry, I got it wrong. Sven.
Close.
Where the fuck did you... Wow.
They just one letter off.
Yeah.
One letter. How does Sven deal with Thunder
It's fine.
doesn't notice it.
No, I mean we were out in it.
All right.
So if too many
He's-
people are having fun, it
he's
doesn't get
fine.
scared.
No, he doesn't get scared. He wants to act like a fucking idiot
Yeah,
all the time. That's what he wants to do.
My daughter's dog Ralph is scared of thunder. He's scared of fireworks. He's scared of loud noises.
Oh,
Is he petrified right now?
He's with my other daughter. Came down to be with him, so he's doing okay. But he looks like he has some anxiety.
Poor
I
guy.
have 2 young boys, and I'm trying to get them not scared of lightning and thunder. So I was like, let's go out on the front porch and we'll hang out for this thunderstorm. Brought them out there, and of course, lightning struck like right at the end of the fence.
Oh
Didn't work out the way I was hoping it to be working out.
no, that would scare me.
Good job, Dad.
Right, yeah. You don't want to, like, drastically harm them for a lesson. Right, so yeah, it's a 1 in a million chance, but
Dude,
it's a risk. It's a
I
risk.
can't gamble. Trust me, I just can't even gamble. I don't have the luck.
see, I
Dan-
remember
Dan
my
Brandon.
old dog when the fireworks set off the first time when I had it. He just basically bolted out the door, jumped over the fence, and ran towards where the fireworks are going off.
And then somebody died.
And then somebody got bit. Yeah, no, but he was just like, yeah, fuck it. I've never met a dog like that. Normally they like cower under like beds and sofas and tables and shit.
It's better than explosive diarrhea.
Anything
Excuse
is.
me. What?
It's good to have a reference.
So like when a dog hears fireworks and they just have explosive diarrhea.
Oh
That's-
my god.
That's horrible.
Jeez.
Yeah, I
That's
don't want to
horrible.
even imagine that. God damn.
Mostly the
Hank
shit.
Brandon, do you have any dogs, man?
Not anymore.
Dog-free zone.
Who the fuck is listening to Frozen?
Frozen. It's frozen, dude.
Yeah.
You guys know that fast? That clears me
My
more.
kid.
All right.
I can hear that.
It's Dank Brandon.
My kid is 3 and is obsessed with singing. So yeah.
Oh.
That's cool. I like it. Music is great.
I was just wondering where I could hear Frozen from.
Idina Menzel.
We should get them on with Goons Jam Night on Friday. That would be a good gig.
So we'll do some jams with it.
There you go.
I've been trying to get this AI thing to like make me a rendition or a representation of life plus the universe in parentheses times everything equals 42. It's failing
What is
miserably.
What is
That'd
the
be a
name
hell
of
of
that
a
program you
track.
guys are messing around with today, Brandon?
The one that Richie was talking about, ideogram.ai. It's completely free, doesn't charge you anything.
Yeah, Drone was.
But all
praising
of
it
your
because
prompts are like-
he pays for his, and that one's better. I was surprised to hear that.
Yeah.
Have you guys?
Yeah,
all
all
messed
of
around
your
with
like
AI art?
prompts are public though.
I see. So nothing's proprietary. You can't make it
Mm.
just for you. Interesting.
Can't capitalize on it. Oh well.
Uh-huh. Interesting.
Have you
Well,
guys
we
messed
ha-
around with? Sorry, go ahead.
No, we can go stay on the AI thing. That's fine. Have you guys messed around with AI or any of that sort of thing?
I've played with this Chat GPT website certainly.
It's interesting, isn't it? It's an interesting.
It is
back
interesting.
and forth learning curve.
It is. It's very risky to use it for anything important or serious. So that it's a funny. I think it's funny. It's tempting to use it for something important, serious, but serious, but it's quite risky.
I didn't.
'Cause
use
it-
it
I was
for anything
wondering.
serious.
Can you use that shit for like predicting like? Has anybody tested it out with, like sports betting or
I'm
stocks?
sure people.
Anything?
I'm sure people have it. There's
Never
various
thought-
safeties when you ask it stuff like that. It will demur and say, "I'm sorry, I don't do that."
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, the major ones, but I wouldn't put it past somebody to make an algorithm
Yeah, the billionaires
AI.
probably have that version. Like, what's the next stock to put in?
Oh, yeah,
Windows.
they-
Like,
It's
all right,
not
next.
really that good, so I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, you're
Yeah, but
right.
you can
because
still
they-
you can still like test it, you know, like with
Right,
small
right.
amount of money.
Yeah, you just throw like a $5 bet down or something.
Right,
You
right,
just
right.
Like, yeah.
They do it already, and there's companies where they'll give you a promo where they'll give you a tip 1 month, but you have to buy like a bunch of tips for like it's a thing on sports radio, and they use AI to figure out, and it's not, I don't know, a human being who's looking at it and trying to decide who's going to win is probably going to be better than the AI now. That it's probably going to change.
The algorithm is growing incredibly fast. I messed around
Exactly.
with the artwork when it first came out, and you'd ask it to like do a human, and it had like demon eyes and like 16 fingers, and it was really trippy. And now I didn't pay attention to it till my cousin came down, and he's like, Bob
Bless you.
Saget wearing a bra
Bless
on
you.
Monday
you.
on a carnival ride, and it does it. It's like everything's right, and you're like, this happened in 6 months. That's incredible.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, no, it's coming on very quick, I have to admit.
it's sucking information off the internet.
I-
And using it
I
to
remember
create.
that
It's
somebody did like a video game review or something, but in a very leftist, feminist, you know, like
Right, right. The
stupidly far, you know, like the stereotypical of
That language that they use.
yeah, this game is misogynistic. And
Right,
this, that, and the
exactly.
other, because and it was a chat GPT, and it almost looked like a Kotaku review. Like you couldn't tell the difference between it was AI or somebody at one of these companies.
Yeah, see that? Its
That would-
its strength is sounding authoritative. That's its strength,
Yeah.
and that's why it's so dangerous. Because it will hallucinate
Yeah.
entire
I mean,
things,
There is,
but the way it writes it up, it sounds very believable.
There's already somebody on YouTube that's doing a YouTube channel where all they need to do is do gameplay, and then they let an AI do the rest of it. Like they're speaking over it. There's like a AI face, although it looks like stupid molded shit, but still, it's there, you know. And
It might be able to clean
I
the
mean,
pool top.
all yeah, they need to do the bare minimum to throw out a video that gets like 20, well, no, sorry, 200,000 views or something. And they've done what? Played a game for a little bit and then let an AI just
They broke
go-
the system, man. Good for them.
Yeah, I know.
Good for them.
Well, yeah, hopefully, but I mean,
What surprised me though is like you said, like I want you to write this in this style. I said write Mary Had a Little Lamb in Big Island
something,
Hawaiian Pidgin English, and it literally pumped out Mary Had a Little Lamb in Big Island Pidgin English. I was like, that actually amazes me that it
Yeah.
can pick such a distinct dialect and do it enough that you would think that someone actually wrote that. It's just I'm amazed by it. I'm curious where it's gonna go.
I heard it was really bad at tic-tac-toe for some reason. Seriously, I'm not
How
kidding.
would you be able to play tic-tac-toe?
Does that make you feel good?
I mean, I think the whole thing. What really interests me is how people are like, "Oh, we need to stop this." You know, that's silly talk.
They would
Silly
only stop.
talk. You,
It
you
is.
can't stop something like that. I mean, if you stop
No,
it
of
here,
course
it's going to
not.
be like, go
It's
over
just-
here.
You know, you can't stop it.
So you're going to have to figure out a way to deal with it, but spend your time with that, instead of wanting to stop it. That's stupid.
Speaking of something we stopped, do you think they stopped cloning technology?
Oh, well, somebody didn't. There's always going to be somebody working on something.
I'm sure there's advancement somewhere.
Why would they have stopped? There's no law against it.
Didn't they stop it in the United States of America because it was immoral? They considered it immoral or something?
Not that I'm aware of, but you
Yes,
might.
you can't do cloning in the U.S. and you can't do stem cell research in the U.S.
So just ship it to China and we're good to go.
Like, there's
George
a law
Bush did
that
all
you
that
can't do
shit.
stem cell research?
It's hard to
Is that
believe.
real?
I mean,
Yep.
It's hard to believe
you can't do any research on stem cells in the United States that were harvested after the 1990s.
Well,
because that was
How
when
much frozen- how much cryogenics
the law
they have
went
in
into effect.
storage?
Like,
No kidding,
Dude,
huh?
mute.
but yeah, Bush did the whole thing of no stem cell research and no cloning.
Is that still on the books now?
Because that was the.
I don't think it's ever been challenged.
Yeah, they've never lifted it.
If they could, I mean, this is science fiction, but if they could actually clone your organs,
No
like,
federal
there's
law.
a movie on it, but if they could clone your organs so that you had a working pair to replace, not so that you could do stupid stuff for all your life and all that moral crap, but if they could literally just clone organs in a short period of time for a replacement, that'd be awesome.
In 2001, requested a review of the NIH guidelines.
National Institute of Health.
Yeah, there's a lot of information here.
But it does say no federal law ever did ban stem cell research in the United States. Only placed restrictions on funding and use under Congress's power to spend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, dear.
Well, they might not be researching it, but I have neighbors that have gone in for
I'll do
stem
it.
cell therapy.
Yes.
So whatever they have researched, they're definitely using.
There's no restrictions on. There's no law against it. There's no restrictions on research. There's no federal government funding of it to a certain extent.
Yeah. I was gonna say that
private funding would cover that loophole.
There was a ban on it, and it did come under George Bush. What I had thought that had ended. He was right about the fact that there was a ban for some time, but information is not actually that easy to figure out about this.
The darkness about where some of those stem cells come from for that research is the Planned Parenthood connection. So there is an ugly aspect to that, but
President George W. Bush announces that federal funding will be made available for research on approximately 60 existing embryonic stem cell lines. George W. Nobel Prize. Yeah, it's. I think that any ban that happened has been lifted, and they're able to do work with it now. Do you guys, any of you, have an objection to it?
Not me.
depending on how they're harvesting it, yes. If there's a business made out of aborting children, then I have a problem with it. If it's a frozen cell line that they can continue out for so long and study it and make medical improvements, I can't argue that. But if they're gonna if it's gonna be like a human harvesting program, I would argue that being not okay.
People are against that kind of shit until it's going to save their own life. Then they're like, "Yeah, I'm all for it."
We'll make one exception. Me.
Right.
I can't say that I would. Maybe on my deathbed I'd break my oaths, but I'd like to think I wouldn't. I don't know.
Man, I'm not going to be a hypocrite about this. I'll take any chance to save my ass.
Yeah. I'll say this, RW. You have a point, but I don't think we're anywhere near, or ever were near that stage where a market for stem cells has pulled abortions in that wouldn't otherwise have occurred. I think these days
You mean like on a personal level, like people coming, or how would you say that?
I would say that there's never been an abortion that was performed in any way because of this stem cell issue. The real question is, would somebody get them, let's say would someone in a family get pregnant just to abort the fetus for the stem cells?
That's a whole new level of darkness. I just meant
Well,
that
that's what
whatever
that's what
materials
would
are
concern
waste,
me.
what the waste materials from Planned Parenthood are not wasted.
Yeah, that doesn't bother me.
Okay, that
But I certainly respect if it bothers you, because
that's fair. I respect your respect.
Okay, good. I guess we can respect that.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially a subject that is more or less moot because people feel as though they feel about it, and that's that. And I'm glad we're able to discuss it here, being that it could be a touchy subject for some.
That was rather
Wow.
smooth for the level of depth of that subject. I have to admit.
I will say this though. We and this
I mean,
is
if they can save lives with them, that is certainly something that could be good. So I can understand, RW, that there must be a conflict because you would say they could save possibly sick people's lives, but you also disagree with one aspect of it too. It's heavy. It's heavy.
I would have, if the information of what happened with that material was completely transparent, that would show a lot. It's not transparent, and I think that material is used in nefarious ways. But am I going to sit here and try and prove it? No. So that's just kind of my leaning on
But
it.
you're saying the stem cells are used in nefarious ways, or they're harvested in nefarious ways?
Well, I mean, there you have a point there too. The taking that how they receive that material is very hard for me to accept also, but what they do with the material is also another thought. Yes, that's two different thoughts. I think it'd be easier for me to argue against how they get the material than it would be for me to argue against what they do with the material.
Interesting. And that leads us to the obvious thing. It's abortion.
Yes, especially if it's
Prom night dumpster babies is what come to my head. I don't know why.
yeah.
I don't know what that's from. I don't know.
It's a heavy one, because when you see the video of a late term
Sorry, last time.
operation, it's the baby's alive and it's fighting it, and it's like once you see, I was changed by seeing that footage of the baby fighting for its life when it was being destroyed. And like, there's very few things that get to me or make me sick or angry. That's definitely one of them.
I agree
A lot of
100%
stuff
with
gets to
that.
me, but not to that level.
I agree with you.
Okay,
100%.
but you do realize though that like that is weaponized specifically for that effect, right?
I don't
Because
I can accept what you're saying.
the only reason that an abortion would be performed in that late stage would be that there is a dire issue that will complicate the mother's life.
I understand what you're saying, why you're saying.
I think there's some
cannot.
people
I
that
would
go.
never be able to do it.
Yeah, but
if it was-
what should other people be allowed to make that decision?
Yeah.
That's
No
for
way,
them.
man. No way.
I would never take
So,
away.
so if it's going to complicate
right.
the life of the mother, if it's going to kill the mother,
If it got down to that percentage chance of my wife dying,
yeah,
then I would have to really have a shitty experience in my life.
yeah.
That's
I
for
mean,
sure.
it could.
But-
Yeah, but
Right,
which would you choose?
He just said it. He said it would be a shitty experience.
Yeah, I would. My wife is living, and I have a history with my wife, so I would choose her life over the life that
No
I take.
shit. You have a history
But
of your wife.
I would still, for the rest of my life, be fucked up somehow.
I
That's
hope to love
agreeable. I
somebody.
agree indubitably with that.
I hope to one day love somebody someday enough to say that I had a history with them.
Well, he's summarizing.
But I'm
I mean,
taking the piss.
I feel I'll go one step further. I feel the same way about rape, but I'm not gonna like if the obviously I can't have a kid and get raped by somebody. But if
You're a man in 2023.
I'm not gonna decide like if some girl makes that decision. Like I don't agree with it, but if she
exactly.
makes
I'm not going to say what you're
decision.
going to do with your life. I'm not going to say that. I'm what I will say is I'm hoping that law is never passed that allows that to happen per someone's choice because they just don't want to deal with it. If they're going to have it where it's a medical thing and it's really that small and it's weaponized, so be it. But if it is argued to where it's a human right and you're allowed to take that life and it's not murder, then I'm going to have a very different conversation with people.
Yeah, but what's that time?
If they
What's
pass it,
a month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months?
I don't know. I'd have to look.
You got to draw that line somewhere if you're gonna.
I would have
go
to draw that
far.
line somewhere. I would. Me personally, if
I
you
don't
know
s-
that you created a life and you're going to destroy it because you just don't want to deal with it, that's a line that's crossed.
I totally agree with you, but I'm not going to tell somebody else they got to make that decision.
Exactly.
I agree with you. I'm not going to take away anyone human's rights, but I know that for myself, that's a line I would not cross.
Right.
I thought that Chief Justice John Roberts had a good dissenting opinion on this. And he was of the opinion that 15 weeks was an adequate compromise on both sides. I think that that's a fairly adequate compromise.
You would know by that time.
That's what you want to be able to figure out.
Right.
So, I mean, whatever science tells us about it, as of now, that seems like the number to me. That's somewhere in the middle of, like RW was saying, some late term thing. We all love babies. There's nothing more fun than a baby. You don't want to see it as that.
Wait, let's not speak for everyone here.
Well,
Fucking babies.
I was wondering if someone's going to challenge
I
that.
mean, I
well,
love
hey, at
fucking
least I do.
bacon
I like.
for
No,
baby.
if I can
Always
hand the baby
Bunch
back,
of whiners.
it's a different experience than if I have to take care of it for the next 18 years. Very different experience.
Yeah, the most annoying thing when they get on a plane is a baby.
It's funny. That's
why you get to throw them off.
Yeah, it's chuck them out.
I love when they start crying. I like looking around at all the other people who are fucking bummed out because I don't even hear it, dude.
I was that parent one
Yeah.
time
I love looking around
with
at
the
the
child who was screaming the whole flight.
Yeah, when you've experienced it enough, you look around at the other people who are in terror, and it's almost like, you suck. This is nothing.
Listen,
It's the parents that are with the kid that I feel bad for.
Exactly.
Who are fucking sweating their bullets there. I'm like,
Why?
try to tell them, don't worry about it.
It was their decision to fucking reproduce.
Oh, no, my point
They
is,
should live with that hell for the next.
They're sweating
16
bullets.
years.
They're just disturbing the whole place.
exactly. That's what I felt when my kid was screaming.
I'd like to be the guy who says, don't worry, it ain't no thing. It's fine.
Exactly. We all had
When
kids.
you try to sell them, flying already sucks. This isn't going to make it any worse. You're fine. Don't worry
No,
about it.
I want to live in a world where if
That's because you're a good person, Smokesteve.
I want to
Yeah,
live in
we'll
a
try
world
that.
where a child is kicking the back seat of my train, bus, plane journey. I can turn around and slap it in the face
You were that child once.
with consequence.
I
No, I
guarantee
was
you
never
was.
not. I was the perfect child. I was amazing.
It's because you were pre-slapped enough.
Now we know he's a liar
Yes,
too.
precisely. So if you slap a child enough,
There
then they learn. They learn.
you go. You should write a book about parenting.
I fucking will.
Yeah.
The ultimate parent. The guy has never had a kid before in his life. I'd be the next Jordan Peterson.
Well, I promise to buy one copy if you publish such a thing.
As long as it's an e-copy.
Right?
I certainly understand the moral objections to abortion, and I maybe share some of them, especially later term. But at the end, I just think I don't want the government to be involved in a decision between where there's a doctor and a woman deciding any number of issues. I don't want there to be a third party the government involved. I don't want Joe Biden to be in there.
It'll be the
I don't
insurance.
want Donald Trump to be in there making the decision. I don't want a judge to be in there. I don't want a jury.
All right, so let's peel back the
Biden
layers.
going in there sniffing the vagina, going,
Right.
no, this child is ready to come out.
If you do abort him, I'll make a perfume out of it.
What
Let's
profession
peel
is
back
that?
the layers of that one there, Last Dance.
Okay.
You said on any number of things. And it's painfully obvious to me what you're talking about there, because we were talking about abortion, but you're referencing other things between a doctor and a family. And clearly the thing I'm talking about is gender affirming surgery. Okay.
Exactly.
And I know that's what you were referencing.
I treat them very similarly, and that
Okay.
I don't support in general. I think the gender hacking up children, even teenagers, and or giving them chemicals like puberty blockers. That it seems like a bad idea, and I
agree with you on that level.
But I don't. When it comes down to it, I don't want the government to be the middleman in decisions that hard decisions that have to be made by families for the best interests of their children.
Slightly on your side, but in different reasons. More the fact because over here we're all paying for other people's abortions over in this country.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you pay for your own, whatever. But you got to pay for it every single time you do it. It would stop a lot of people from getting pregnant all the time.
Really?
Start using contraceptives. I think. Well, yeah, because over here you can just buy pills and shit like that. I mean, no,
it's like those are bullets were
but if the pills don't work,
murder.
Huh?
That's like saying if bullets were like tens of thousands of dollars a bullet, there'd be less murder.
There probably would.
Wait, what?
If you had to personally pay a bunch of money to do something, you would do it less. So I'm just relating it. If bullets were super expensive, there'd be less murder.
Well, no. I just don't want to pay for other people's mistakes.
Yeah, but he's kind of right. You're arguing that the cheapness of it is partly what makes it so common.
Yeah, wouldn't it? Over there, like you can. Like,
I'm not disagreeing with your point.
Not having any consequences because you can just abort it.
I think.
How cheap do you think it is?
Well, it's absolutely free here. That's what I'm saying.
He's in the UK, so it's free.
I'm in the UK. It's NHS. They'll do it for free. If they had to, pay for
but it's not free in the US. It's not free in the US, and there's not like a slowdown of abortions.
No, but my point. No.
Ooh, let's honor Gerald and his question to the only female here.
That's a good point.
Well put.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think here in Germany, abortion is possible, but only if you got raped or if the child has some deformities. So it's not that easy, like maybe in other countries.
Really?
I don't know. I mean, I cannot, because, we don't know the situation, and each woman has a different situation, yeah? But given the fact that anyway our population is shrinking, it's a bad idea to do abortions just like that. That's my opinion, yeah?
Yeah, but that's a practical argument.
But over here,
Yes.
we get a set amount of weeks where they go, you can terminate this before.
Sorry, it's very. I didn't hear you. I'm very sorry.
Over here, they get a choice between a certain amount of time. They can terminate the child for free.
Mm-hmm.
The NHS will pay for it. They'll get rid of your child, and it doesn't have to be any
so at what
special
point do you have to
circumstance
make
like
it...
you've been raped or anything like that. It's just you've got a child in your stomach. We can get rid of it. Do you want to do that?
You're right. Yes, I also think that they have this time limitations.
What is that time?
Yeah, I don't
practical,
know. Like 16,
in 1940
16
was different
weeks.
to
I want to
practical
say.
now.
Right.
The
But it's
first
just- what-
third.
Yeah,
Sorry?
like first 3 months or something. Yeah.
Yeah, the first third of the pregnancy, I believe.
Mhm.
Yeah.
12.
But you're
They-
saying that after that first third, they'll still do it as long as you pay for it.
cannot say that.
No,
I
we
think
don't have
it's
to
illegal.
pay. I'm not
Sorry.
too sure after that.
No, because you were saying that up to a certain point they'll do it for free, but it sounded like how you said it. After that
Oh,
point,
sorry.
they'll still do
Yeah,
it.
no. NHS is always free. I don't think they'll do it afterwards, or I'm not too sure.
Okay. 'cause
I mean, I'm
that's
sure there are
what-
exceptions if
I'm
there's
not-
a health crisis for them.
I'm not a woman. I know I'm a 2023 man
You're-
right now.
you're
and,
pretty
you
hot.
know, I could totally
Oh,
have a
man.
fucking. I mean, I'm big enough to have like a twins in here right now, but
Ah,
I don't know how the situation is going right now.
yeah. Well, right.
But I knew how it used to be, and it was up to a point you could terminate it, and then it was complicated. Like unless it had issues or complications or something, I think you had to go through it.
Yeah, and usually it's not a problem. Most women figure it out pretty early on, and they're like, "Uh-oh, okay, this is bad. Let's get this taken care of." And
Well, there's a certain number of
Yeah,
them
but
just
I-
done
but-
with morning after pill.
But I mean, come on. Do I have to pay?
hey, killer in the house.
Yeah, it's killer.
Hey, Mr. Kelsey.
What up, dude?
But why do I or Mr. Kelsey have to pay for this shit? If somebody makes a mistake in their life, why do I have to pay for that?
Right.
Well,
I
you
will
do
s-
have to. If somebody smokes and gets lung cancer, or drinks and gets a fatty liver, or if somebody jumps off a fucking does
That's
a
true.
360 flip off of a 10 set and breaks their fucking femur, you're on the hook for all of those.
Yeah.
That's
That's true.
Good point.
And
I
why
mean, what
why
the hell's
why,
the difference?
why should I be? Yeah, no. I'm not.
But
saying-
you
All
are.
right, so
Yeah.
just in case everybody in fucking giant pads and have
Okay,
them walk around.
okay, but wait.
I mean, people think of NHS and shit like this.
All right,
It's
so
free. It's totally not free. We're paying for this. You just don't. You just don't see it because they take so much more tax and shit away from us than you guys.
Well,
I mean,
I mean, you're paying for everything. It's like a blanket, a balloon, and
Yeah, but they do
umbrella
fuck all
insurance,
half the
whatever
time.
it's called.
You pay.
Yeah, but what-
council
on the-
tax
on the
for
other side,
council to do fuck all.
Goon, on the other side of that, like during COVID, you go out and you're partying or whatever, you go out to a restaurant or whatever, and there's a bunch of people that have abortions because they're promiscuous or whatever, but they sit at home and protect themselves and wear a mask out and everything. And you go out and you get COVID and you're in the hospital or whatever, and they're like, why should I pay for this asshole? I stayed at home and did nothing. And this guy
Because
was out on the-
I'm not fucking COVID in the face or something.
Well, I
God
mean,
damn it.
Counter.
my point
I-
isn't like
I pound the
my
gavel.
word.
Judgment for Goon. Trial's over.
I mean, come on. I if I go outside, there's a chance of COVID. Anyone else is probably a chance of COVID. I don't fucking know. But
If it looked,
a
lot of-
somebody,
a lot of the
I
left, that was
understand
their
there's a
argument. though.
chance of getting
I'm just
pregnant and
saying.
stuff.
No,
I'm
no,
not,
I
I'm
know.
not saying that's my opinion. I'm
No,
just saying
I know you're
could
not saying
see-
that.
I could see that somebody would have that opinion. We're like,
Yeah,
I'm not
no, it's a good point.
Well, I think they're an idiot, and I want to slap them in the face if they have that opinion. To be totally
My
honest.
point is there's always going to be somebody that thinks that your ploy is worthless, and theirs is.
Yeah,
Not
but they'll only think like that if I ever brought up the fact that they can't do the pregnancy thing and get, pregnant all the time. They wouldn't give a shit. They wouldn't know if they didn't think like that.
I'm looking at Mr. Kelsey's comment. Do you know how cheap condoms are? I mean, the last thing you need is government funds to help poor people to use condoms. I mean, condoms are very cheap.
I'm already
Yeah,
skeptical. I don't
Yeah,
think
here's
I
the
trust
problem.
government
What?
condoms.
No, condoms.
The poorest countries are the worst for overpopulation because they wear a condom.
It's not because they can't afford it; it's because they want children.
Oh,
They
no,
are-
I don't think it's even
I don't think
that.
that's true.
I don't,
Because you got countries in Africa where these people, they got no money, they don't want another kid, and they just want to fuck, you know.
yeah, I don't
Which
even
is
think
understandable.
I don't even think it's that. I think they just think, right, yeah, no, we're just gonna fuck. We can't possibly have another kid now, you know.
They need pull-out tactics. We need to instruct. We need to send.
Well, that's a good point.
plane
That's a good
Yeah.
point.
On the pull-out.
That'll go over well.
More women need to learn how to get splashed in the face. I get what you're saying. And I
Yeah,
agree with this
exactly.
message. I agree with this full-heartedly.
There's a simple
That
there's
is a great point,
tool
Goon.
for this.
It's not made
Porn.
enough.
Get them porn, and they will learn.
They'll learn what
This
shaking
topic.
is.
I mean,
Get them enough porn, and it'll be dry, and they won't be able to do anything.
there's
Brandon,
a
did you
whole
go-
underlying
the
problem with
pages
this.
stuck together.
You're
Anna,
gonna say
does this make you uncomfortable at all?
No, it's
Jesus.
just like it reminds me of in my university times after 5 beers when everyone started with these jokes. Yeah.
Well,
Was it mostly the Englishmen?
Excuse me?
No,
Was
sure.
it mostly the Englishmen that were making these jokes?
No, it was Germans.
Oh, okay.
She's German. It's went to school in Germany.
There might be some English at that
Half
college.
German, half Bulgarian.
I think
Doesn't matter,
dudes are the same. It's a blanket across
Yeah,
the
exactly.
world.
It's-
Don't say the same.
Yeah.
The jokes were similar.
Germans, they have a reputation,
perverts.
perverts, kinky.
I have a question for Steve. Earlier, you mentioned when Dance
Yes,
was
yes.
talking about transgender.
Dance.
You were talking about the medical process of transgender for children, and Steve made a comment that I agree with you to a point, and I wanted to know where you differed. If there's
What was my comment, firstly and foremost?
Oh, I'd have to go back in the feed. It flagged in my mind. Like you were like, I agree with you to a point. I was like, oh, what's the rest of it?
I said that?
Right. No,
Smokesteve said it.
You.
What he said was left it open ended. He said, amongst many other things, and I knew the other things he was
Yeah,
talking
exactly.
about. Gender affirming care with kids. So I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with it either. I just think it should be legal.
No, see, that's what you have a total fucking paradox on that, bro.
Okay.
And you know you do. Because you don't agree with it and it shouldn't be legal, but then you also say we shouldn't interfere with them because it's a doctor-patient relationship.
No. I don't agree with it, but I do think it should be legal. I just think it's a bad idea in almost all cases.
So at what point should something be illegal to you? In other words, do you think all things should be legal, or
No, I think if you're harming a third person,
But that's exactly what the gender affirming care is.
who's the third person?
The child.
The child.
The child.
This decision is being made by the child, their parents, and the doctor.
Oh,
The child is not
think the
just like in a
child should
lot
have
of
the
things. The
same?
child doesn't have the mental capability to make a life changing.
I agree. So it
Decision.
falls on the parents and the doctor with the child's
Well,
interests. And
That's
heart.
why that makes them a third person, because they shouldn't.
I mean,
They
we
should
let
right.
parents
They
make
should
all.
be at least 18 years old before they can make a decision.
I think that's the right thing to do. But I think parents make medical decisions for their children on all kinds of issues.
Yeah, but
and it's not really
based on-
known.
Yeah, but
Come on, based
nothing
on fads?
changing this
you
sense.
know
yeah.
it's a fad. You know it's not a thing that. It's not a thing.
It's not
50 years
always a
ago.
fad. Not for every
But
person.
50 years ago, there was not parents thinking that they should stop their boy or girl from becoming a boy or girl. It didn't happen.
That's
I
true.
would like to know.
Okay,
if
but
a
what
child
was
and
the-
their parents?
Wait a second.
thought,
Wait a second.
Well, I want to be a velociraptor, and the parents agreed.
There's
Is that
no.
right?
Well, what's going to happen? They're going to find a doctor to turn him into a velociraptor? No, of course
Yeah.
not.
Well, what if they do? Is that fine with you?
it's a strange?
Well, hold
argument.
on. I'd like to hear Dank Brandon's point, please, if you wouldn't mind, Dank. Go ahead, buddy.
Okay. So does anybody know who like when the very first trans woman was like publicized in America?
World
A
War II.
long time ago, I'll bet.
Wasn't it like 18 something or other? Like
World War
late
II.
18 something?
No, it was after World 1950 something, I suppose. Anyway, yeah, she came back from one of the wars. She got transitioned in Germany, and then came back and was a complete media sensation. I believe that she was an actress, a singer. She did a ton of interviews when she came back, and became
once a
like
dude,
the first transgender activist in America.
I believe male to female.
So it was a dude, now
trans woman.
Because you keep calling her a she.
Yes.
And I'm trying to figure out what's
Well,
going
yes.
on here.
When she transitioned, she was she.
How would
Okay.
you relate that to? How would you
Christine
relate that to
Jurgensen.
transgendering children, though? How would you relate that?
Well, you're saying it's a fad. So if it's a fad that's brought on
I think-
by the media,
No, I'm not saying
like
it's a fad.
shining a light on it, then why didn't this fad happen 50 years ago, 60 years ago?
No, I'm not saying it's a fad.
Clearly a
I'm
fad
saying
today.
I think there's a fad of parents thinking that their kids at like 6 years old need to be of the different sex. That's the fad. I'm not saying there's a fad of a 30-year-old or 20-year-old or a person that just came out of the army that decides, look, my whole life I've been this and now I want to be this and
It's
I'm going to be
more the
this.
parents saying this.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm saying it's a
let me
fad
take the
where-
temperature of the room real quick. Does anybody in the room think that there are surgical procedures happening to children?
Yes.
There are certainly
It sounds like
chemical drug procedures that are happening. to
Exactly.
children.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah,
And there are
okay.
surgical procedures
The puberty
happening.
blockers are not surgical. No, they're not.
But
haven't-
They're
counts.
the youngest that you can get any kind of surgery in the United States would be 16. You can get a double mastectomy at 16.
so.
Well,
Is
that's-
physiology
and
still
that's okay
then?
with you.
hey, that counts.
that's terrible. But let's focus on puberty.
Really?
blockers.
Do you think 16-year-olds should not be able to get double mastectomies?
I think it's a bad
Do you think
idea
that a
in almost
16-year-old
every
should
case.
be able to consent to a double mastectomy?
Should they be able
Really?
to drink? And
So if a
Yeah,
16-year-old happens to have breast cancer and the
No,
only
no.
mastectomy, do you think that
Hold
she
on.
shouldn't have the ability to consent to that?
Hold on, Brandon. Hold the
That's
fuck
totally
on.
different.
different.
Hold on.
It's
You
different.
know that's different. Don't even go there. Cancer, dude. I lost my mom to cancer.
But wait,
And in
but
one
wait a
second-
minute. You guys are
one
saying that
second-
you're saying that kids can't consent.
But that's a
No,
wild
dude.
person.
No, it's a whole different ballgame. I'm talking about a healthy child with no health issues at all who's getting a double mastectomy purely for the purposes of one reason and the reason that we're talking about.
Do you
Not
know?
kids.
Mhm.
Sorry
Okay,
for jumping in, but
As far as a healthy child,
Go on,
what
Alex.
do you think is a healthy child?
someone who doesn't have genetic disorders or cancer. Healthy,
Yeah.
without any
Pathogens or
diagnosed
genetic
disease.
flaw.
Unless it's a mental disease, because trans.
Okay, but
gender
wait a
stuff
minute,
is
wait a
mental
minute,
disease.
wait a minute. There are plenty of healthy people that have genetic disorders. There are plenty of healthy people that have genetic disorders.
Yes, wait. Let me finish.
I don't know where you're going with this, Brandon.
One sentence, yeah. Just, I mean, genetic disorder.
Diabetes is a genetic
Brandon,
disorder.
let her.
Yes,
Let her
yes. Let me
finish,
finish one sentence. Just one sentence, okay? It is. I mean, those disorders that
Somebody
require
asked me a question.
physical intervention. Yeah, for example, this mastectomy or whatever it is. Yeah. So this is healthy. I define. Oh wow, he went away.
Yeah.
He
Wow.
might be listening.
He's still there.
Yes. End war victory.
He's there.
He's probably listening to everything you're saying.
No,
Go ahead.
what
I
I
wanna
meant
hear
is I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend anyone. Just I think it's not good when children make these decisions.
Nobody's
Because when they
offended.
make these
I
decisions,
was eating something. I was trying
steps.
not to do it on camera.
Yeah, I said you were listening. Yeah.
Yeah, I say it's something that you cannot reverse, right? It's like even worse than the tattoo, because the tattoo you can remove. If you remove your breasts or your penis or whatever it is, it's gone. You don't get to get it back. So a 16-year-old, he cannot say, okay, I want
Okay,
to be a woman.
the point that I'm trying.
Yeah.
I understand.
Okay,
go ahead,
I let you
Brandon.
talk, please.
Brandon,
Okay. Oh, okay. So there are some problems with the wording that is being used here. So you're saying that a child is deciding that they are a different gender, but that's not actually what's happening. The child is born with that feeling. So you're saying that there are healthy people, but a healthy person is healthy in body, mind, and spirit. So if your body, your mind, and your spirit,
yes,
if your body, your mind, and your spirit are at odds, then what are you supposed to do?
You have mental illness and you need treatment.
I would like to interject that every teenager is unhealthy of mind. That's part of being a teenager.
Yeah.
It doesn't stop in the teenage years, my friend.
Well, but it definitely, every normal teenager struggles with their identity, especially their identity. That's
and one does have to imagine.
So you think
through the
like
history
a child
of modern, through the history of modern culture, like gender bending, especially in modern times, was very popular when we were all kids. Like you guys all saw it. From Last Dance seeing David Bowie, from me seeing Poison, and then all the way up into the 90s, all kinds of different people.
Yes, of
genders, but they were getting laid with women. There were men that, but it wasn't that they were trans ever. I have long hair.
The
I'm
rock
not
industry
trans.
changed something. That's interesting.
I'm trying to look good to. I have my hair long. I'm not trying to be a woman, this whole thing now, it does seem to be more
Could have fooled me.
It's more it's more of a thing now.
Guess I gotta stop rolling one out.
For a better way to explain this, why is it such a fucking thing now, dude, in this culture?
Brandon? Why here and now? The question is why here and why now?
What the fuck?
I personally think that it's being pushed on to kids more by their parents, or
there certainly seem to be cases that's true.
Okay, let me tell you guys a story. Let me tell you guys a story that I think maybe you might. All right, let me tell you a story I think maybe you might kind of see a similarity with. So shit. Sitting there trying to stop and start again. I've forgot my damn train of thought.
You're gonna tell us a story about transgender somehow.
Never mind.
This is a story.
No,
okay. If it comes back to you, jump in.
It's going to be a story about an engineer who drove a locomotive both far and near, accompanied by a monkey who would sit on a stool, watching everything the engineer would do. Yeah, it's a great.
He wanted to get rid of his coconut. So my point in this whole subject is to give the individual more time instead of jumping on board and saying, let's do it. I think that I am this, therefore I want to go through this process to make it so that I am that. My argument is to give them a period of time to talk to them and let them understand more before that is allowed. Or not so much that it's allowed, but it's promoted or praised.
Oh, wife is sounding on. The wife is kicking it up.
I've seen plenty.
It definitely happens.
What?
Smoke wife.
Get some, baby. Get some.
I'm not saying it's common, but it's It definitely
Why are you
happens.
attacking me? I'm
Yeah, and then
agreeing with
they
you,
get on the news.
Smokesteve.
I'll
Why?
tell you that.
Okay.
It's all right.
Okay,
I'm just happy
but
I'm happy she's engaged.
so if
I'm
people
on your
if people
side.
are pushing their kids into being trans, there's no difference between that person and the person that pushes their kids to being a Hollywood actor or a singer at a very young age.
What about pushing their kids to be straight?
What?
Yeah.
That's the dumbest thing I ever heard, dude. Oh, thank Brandon. Not
I mean,
dumbest.
You really don't think you don't think that a parent that pushes their child into a performance career so that they can bank off of their money is not comparable to what you're saying, that parents are pushing children into trans
agree.
surgeries.
I'll say that there are comparables.
You just
But-
moved the goalposts because the first time you said it, you said push
Okay,
them into
so-
the career, and then the second time you said to make money.
Monetary gains.
Wasn't the original law.
I would
Well, yeah,
hope that
in
parents are not
any
pushing their
any
children
parent that is
to become
pushing their
trans for monetary
child,
gain.
any parent that is pushing their child into a performance arts area, they're pretty much trying to bank off of that child's career.
But if
disagree.
There's
relating
no
that,
reason
then-
to try and put a child through that.
Yeah,
Unless
so
you want money.
So you're also
There's
saying
kids
that it's also bad to push a child through transgender just because they picked up, I don't know, a Barbie girl. Then
I disagree
That's
too
just-
with
No,
that.
actually, my point
Push-
is that you were talking about two different mental illnesses. So you're talking about people who actually are trans, who feel that their body, mind, and soul do not match what they are told they're supposed to be. So that is a mental issue. Okay? The other mental issue is Munchausen syndrome of a mother who is pushing a thought disease into their child. They see their child having a disease. It doesn't even have to be trans. Munchausen syndrome can present in many different ways. So what you're doing right now is you're actually blaming a completely different issue for the popular issue to shit on right now.
Oh,
No,
okay.
you're mixing
That's
stuff
a-
up because
You're mixing it up. You're
No, but
bastardizing
he's
the
right.
whole-
Shouldn't conflate the two issues. They're different.
no,
Well, I'm
because
not trying
with
to
both
compare
all
two issues.
transgender,
No, I know. I'm not either.
it has nothing to do with other diseases.
One
You know what
was
I mean?
one question, one is another. They are two completely separate things.
Yes.
I'm
For
lost.
discussion
Well,
purposes.
but that's what I'm trying to get at. That's what I'm trying to get at. When you say parents are pushing their children to become trans, you are saying a completely different thing
No,
than what
I
you
don't-
are
I know-
meaning to say. You are saying that parent is forcing a mental illness onto their child. That is Munchausen syndrome. That is a mental illness in itself.
we just said
Yeah,
that
I never
happened.
said that parents did it in the first place. I don't
No,
know.
Yeah,
where
I don't-
that came from.
I don't think we could just discard that and concede that point to you. We don't need to. It's not doesn't happen that often that it's even worth discussing.
That might have been
Mhm.
something
Doesn't?
like Goon
It
said,
doesn't?
but-
Okay.
or I didn't say it.
Okay,
Oh.
but
No,
my
no,
point
I
is,
said it,
my
but
point
I'm
is
saying
that
that
now
it's not the only
you're
thing.
conceding to my point that children do not get forced to think that they are trans, which means that children must naturally come to this conclusion for some reason.
That's an extreme.
No.
We're not
No,
conceding.
no,
We're saying that there's
you're
both
missing- Yeah, that-
scenarios. There's both
You're missing-
This
scenarios.
is an agenda
law-
pushed by the government. Yeah,
The law
because
is, all I'm saying is the law is they can't decide anything until they are appropriate to make a legal decision for themselves. And I
Yes.
think it would
I
be
remember
great-
when homosexuality was an agenda pushed by the government as
No,
well.
That's not what we're talking about. I think
It
it would
was.
be great to,
But
before
anyway.
you give these anything that's going to affect their genitalia or their ability to reproduce or their ability to exist as who they were born as, to make those decisions after the time that they are a legal adult, regardless of what any doctor or their parents say. This should be a decision they can make as a legal adult. That's it. That's what I feel like. Simple. Not
Okay, so
complicated.
my next question: should Pee Wee football be banned?
I don't even know what age that is.
What is Pee Wee football?
What is that, like
I
9-year-olds?
mean, it's a strange
8-year-olds?
question.
Children
Like,
playing football.
Why would we say
Why-
no? Because
why-
they get
why-
hurt?
I played
Well-
football when I
Well,
was a
because
kid.
you can get a concussion by
This is
you can get a concussion by playing football. You can get a concussion by playing football. You could get hit. You could get hit so hard in the pelvis that you would have to have a surgery at a very young age that would prevent you from having children. So should football be illegal?
Well, then
Well,
by
why
that
should
logic, and your first thing
I
about
lost it.
football was concussions. The most likely concussions occur at the highest.
Well, yeah. I mean,
is soccer. Is soccer. There's no helmets, okay, and a lot of falls in soccer. So maybe by your
I'm sorry,
logic, you should ban football and soccer. There's definitely head contact in basketball with concussions. Ban basketball too.
What the fuck was this question about? I don't get it. We speak
I'm
about
just pointing out
transgenders.
how it
Now
doesn't
talk about
have any
football.
Well,
logic.
because children. Wait a second. Because children make the decision on their own to play football and soccer, and parents allow them to.
No,
And-
parents allow them to by signing permission slips for them to a release form, so the parent still decides.
What's
if they're
even
playing.
worse? Hold on. What's even worse is that some parents push their children into playing football when they really don't want to, when they're really not made for it.
Oh, imagine that a child could fall on the path, on a footpath, but they make children walk on footpaths. Oh, it's so dangerous.
I think that
I'd like to say something on it.
Yeah. Look, I'm applying the same logic. I'm applying the same logic that you guys are.
I don't
I'm
think so.
playing your
I don't
same
think so at
logic.
all.
It's-
Your
Because
logic-
there may be some confused people. Wait a minute. I'm using the same logic you are, because there may be some confused people that slip through the cracks and get transitioned when they shouldn't be. So we should ban all transitioning
Yes, we should, definitely.
for adults, because children do not get surgically transition. That just doesn't happen in this country.
It shouldn't.
We should, because it's harmful for the nation, right? There are things that are natural and not natural. Understand what I mean? I don't like to, but I have to get back to Germany.
Okay, so
before
it's
1945, yeah?
natural. It's
not
natural to grab it's natural to grab a pig intestines and like knock each other's head off over it.
No.
That's a natural thing that human beings do.
You cannot be another gender. We are
Okay.
born in one gender. Yeah, unless you have this very rare disease where you have.
Oh no! Wait a minute! No! No! You are conflating gender and sex. You are born a sex. You express a gender.
Yeah, and I have these organs that go with it, right? I should, at least.
That is sex. That is sex.
That was funny, Anna.
When you look at the organs, wait a second. Does anybody do animal husbandry in here?
Can I
Here not,
do,
in Middle
I have a
East, yes.
question. At one point
When
in
you
society
look
did
at
we
the
separate
sexual
gender and
organs
sex?
to determine the sex of it,
Let me
At
turn
what
you up
point
a
in
little.
society did we separate
huh?
gender and sex? When did we separate gender and sex? When did this happen? This is new to me in the last couple of years. That the whole concept.
Well, wait a minute. What was the battle? Hey, wait. What was the battle of the sexes?
Male and
That
was,
was
uh,
Billie Jean.
Tennis.
What was the tennis player's name?
Billie Jean
Exactly.
King and
Exactly.
Riggs.
It
What the
Bobby-
fuck is going on
Bobby
here?
Okay.
Riggs.
Okay, that was a sports contest to see if men and women were physically equal. Okay, that was called Battle of the Sexes. What is the gender divide?
They are not, even the weakest man is stronger than the strongest woman, usually, yeah? It is biology, yeah? You can beat me up, I cannot
no.
beat you up.
No, but why are we altering our
Absolutely
sex
not.
organs for
Biology.
gender then? If they're, I don't get it.
I will.
If they're
I
different.
will say right now, I would have had my ass handed to me by China.
Of course, there's strong women, bodybuilder women, but they're an exception.
But
the usual woman is not as strong as a man.
I'm
It's
sure
biology,
Andre
okay?
the Giant would have kicked her ass. So
Okay,
That's
but
what I'm saying.
you said
There's
that
a difference.
you said the strongest woman would not be able to beat the weakest man.
Yeah, the normal man, of course, not a man that has tuberculosis.
And
or
I'm not
whatever,
even the
yeah,
weakest
normal
man.
Usually not, in 90% of cases. Biology, yeah? They have more muscle and they're bigger, usually, higher. It's like that. So we don't start shit
Okay.
with men.
Okay,
You know what I mean?
now let's actually talk about something that men and women actually cannot both do.
Okay.
Hold on a second.
wow, you just disappeared. Jesus Christ!
Don't fuck with
Oh
him.
my
He could
God, I
disappear.
My brain is melting down
guy's in
like
the
a
Matrix.
nuclear reactor. Chernobyl in here right now, yeah?
It's
What the
Chernobyl
fuck?
right now. Yeah.
Cheers.
That's the dank part.
Okay.
I don't know why you hide your background, man. That's a nice background.
Yeah.
You got a pretty good setup there.
It's not
All right.
as shit as mine.
Can everybody
right?
see?
Right.
In the background.
Can everybody see this?
I see you, yeah.
All right. Okay. Now,
Don't hump the chair, bro.
how high do you think I would be able to pick up this chair?
Don't judge RW.
Until your head. Well, your head blocks the way of the chair,
Maybe
right?
I'm not.
Your neck, sorry.
I'm not sure what you're doing, Brandon.
Yeah,
I need to do more drugs
So
for this experience.
basically, what I'm trying to get at is that. Okay, so basically, what I'm trying to get at is that yes, there are physical. There are things that physically men can't do that women would be able to do. There are things that women can't do that men would be able to do. That
Yeah, I agree.
is
Okay.
to do with their sex. That doesn't have to do with their gender, because their gender is simply whether or not they wear pants or a skirt.
Those are stereotypes,
pants and
not
all.
gender.
So you can make up your own gender, like fucking Black Hawk helicopters and shit.
Look.
like they used to.
You can do better
You're
than
right.
that, kid. Your gender's trash.
Well, I know.
No, I just wanted to say that I don't
My-
understand. You see,
my
you
my
cannot
gender
choose
is trash panda.
Sorry.
I do agree.
who mine
Sorry.
or what. What do you mean?
No,
You're talking about me?
I'm
I
picking.
feel
on
like
you.
we've gone down 3 different paths here without kind of
Yeah.
exploring
No.
any one of them.
No, the path is very clear. You are what you are. You cannot. I want to be an airplane or a giraffe, but I cannot be it because I'm what I am. You cannot
your
change
gender.
this.
No,
You know
but
what I
that's
mean?
your-
You can change your profession, but not your what you are. Yeah.
Who said
Maybe
trash
plastic
panda?
surgery.
Who said
But-
trash panda?
Who is trash? I am trash? No.
I thought I heard someone say trash panda.
Believe that
I didn't
guy.
hear it.
Don't believe that guy.
About me?
That guy.
No.
Don't believe him. No.
Okay, because trash panda is what we call raccoons over here. Because they're always
Yeah,
trash
that's what I
cans.
call my
That's
mate
nice.
as well.
Okay.
A panda is a raccoon.
What is that? Bottle of Hennessy and a piece of. What is this here? Cigar or something else?
Cannabis.
Oh my god.
It is a
Wow.
blunt.
Hey.
That is a blunt the size of the Hennessy bottle. Yes,
I like.
The
I
death
actually a
accept
blunt
respect
bigger
to
than the
it,
Hennessy
but
bottle.
It's a
I'm
death
more into
sentence.
other drugs. Sorry. That's good, yeah.
That actually looks like something from Aliens or something. I can see a little vagina. At
Who's
the end.
Laz Dance?
No.
Some
That
Spanish guy.
looks like something else. But I won't say what.
All right, I'll stop featuring all the comments without reading them. Okay.
Aphid had a comment that you're muted now, Aphid, but you had a comment earlier that you didn't finish. I don't know if you remember it or not. I am curious to hear. What
No, I didn't. I don't remember. What did I say? Hopefully, I didn't make an ass of myself.
You never even got a chance to. You stopped yourself.
I mean, my only point in all this is that I don't think all this stuff is a good idea. I think that it should be, only adults should make the decision on their own to undergo sex change surgery or take drugs. That should be so. But the idea that once you have a law that bans it, there's no gray area. If you can never, even one exception isn't possible.
So you're saying it's better to be legal and have a bunch of people that are denied than to have it illegal so that no one can have it?
What do you mean, a bunch of people that are denied?
In other words, like if it's illegal, no one can have it.
That's right.
But if it's legal, but most people are denied except for certain instances, then there's your compromise.
I think if you make it, I mean, what I would like is that people didn't do it, except in the cases where, a child is suicidal without getting this treatment.
But here's the problem.
Even then, I mean, if you think that you need to be suicidal,
I'm gonna go ahead and go, guys. Y'all have a good one.
All right,
Hey, it was great talking to you, Brandon. Come back again.
Oh, he's gone.
Well,
just like that.
I'm not going to carry on because, it was kind of funny winding that guy up.
You didn't have any dog in the fight.
I don't want to.
I do like Dank Brandon, and I would like him to return. I would like him to debate with us. I don't want him to think we're all like.
Oh no, I like
to come down.
I like him as
I
a
thought
person.
I thought he was a great.
I just don't
guest.
like his ideas.
Come on back.
All right.
Come
I
on
agree.
back. Dank Brandon.
He's passionate. There's nothing wrong with passion.
Not at all.
He
We
seems
need
like
more
a great
passion in this
person,
world.
but I just don't like.
We need
his
more,
ideas, that's what I meant.
Opinions from the left here. So that's a
Well, I don't even
very
know.
much.
Is he from the left? Is he, or is
Well,
it just that subject?
I'd say he seems to be.
RW seems to know him. Is he?
He leans towards the left, but he's not so much for Biden or anything. He's more against corporations. He's heavily against corporations, but he's not against unions. So he has a very interesting outlook on things. We disagree on most everything, but I don't have a problem talking to him. So
Me neither. I was glad to have
But
him.
why is he so focused on this transgender stuff?
I think he was
because of history.
And also
Okay.
the subject matter here, I think he felt like he was getting good responses and passionate responses. I think he was working it a little, and that's good. I like that.
Yeah, I think
You know-
he wanted to provoke answers out of people.
Sure.
This is what I think. I think there is this problem in that stuff like the transgender issue. It becomes this culture war football, and then
Ban football. Let's use another analogy.
I'm talking about the ball itself, not the sport.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
it's tossed
why not?
around, and what happens underneath that, the human element, the human aspect, completely disappears. And so,
So
I just
anyone
feel
who
like
doesn't
people.
play football is a wimp. That's what you're saying.
No, you're right, but in the end, to be honest, this transgender stuff is actually simply anti-human, because when you're transgender, for example, a woman who becomes a man, she cannot have children, right? A man who becomes a woman and chops off his, whatever, he also cannot have children.
However,
So in the end,
let me go a different route than Dark Brandon, but try to defend his point of view. So you would allow an adult to make these decisions to transition. You wouldn't. The law wouldn't. You wouldn't have the law.
I would make a law absolutely forbidding this shit.
Even if they were
If I
adults.
had the power. Look, 50
Across
years
the
ago.
board, yeah. She's saying across the board.
Okay.
50
How about
years
anybody
ago,
else?
No, the homosexuals, LGBT, okay, this existed forever. It's
Well,
different. But this transsexual stuff, for
that's
me,
the
is totally
T in
unnatural.
LGBT.
I said, this is different. Homosexuals and transsexuals is not the same. Simply, you cannot, as I said,
It
you are
is
what you are.
different.
You can-
It's different. It's true, but it is
So if I
the
was gonna take
same in the sense that it's a consenting adult doing it on their to themselves.
Yeah, you can also kill yourself, and you can jump off a building, or you can destroy your liver with alcohol.
I think those should be legal too.
Killing yourself is illegal, but they have trouble prosecuting.
I just say it's you can
Actually,
do a lot of stupid shit.
It's very rarely prosecuted, attempted suicide.
But I'm absolutely against. Okay, the adults, I don't know if they insist on dressing like a woman and looking like idiots, so be it. But to target children with this shit is absolutely not acceptable. Yeah, and here in Germany we also have this.
Okay.
I see it as cool. Children.
I understand your opinion. Now, how about the other
Yeah.
four of you?
Yeah, please go ahead.
What was it?
I'll say what I was going to say earlier is hopefully I can focus enough to get this out.
Do it, buddy.
As far as I said fad, I used the word fad, which I do think it's a fad. I would like to know, a lot of these parents, I see them interviewed and stuff, and they're saying how their kid is like this or like that. And I'd be interested in knowing,
Biscuit.
they were
Biscuit.
I think that they were classified as homosexual before, and I think that I just feel like that there's this trans thing that's more socially acceptable now than
I know what you're saying.
homosexual person.
You're talking about what we used to call like tomboys,
Right?
girls that had more masculine traits than average,
Right.
boys that had more feminine traits,
Right.
and they became gay.
And I think that these parents that are we need these puberty blockers and
Right.
doing this and that and whatever and really like pushing them, not pushing them, but yeah, kind of pushing them. I think because it's like they get on the Facebook and they want to they get in these groups and say how their kid is like this and they know that's their decision and giving them these drugs and stuff. I just think that is
there
not
is
a right thing to do.
There is a minority, but a definite minority of the gay rights community that views the trans explosion as a threat to the viability of the gay community. And there's one guy whose account name is Trans Homophobia, who's kind of highlights this.
And he's gay.
He's gay, but it's definitely a minority. I think by far and wide, most of the LGB community supports the T.
My question is, how many of these youth, if they were grown up in a bubble and were just allowed to live their life naturally without external influence, would even have any question of gender or sex or however you define it? And how many of them would question it? My argument is that most of them wouldn't even question it.
Well, I think there's certainly one way to test, because as Smokesteve and Aphid Lip were highlighting, especially Aphid Lip, a significant number of current gays were either masculine teenagers, females, or effeminate males, and you could ask them today, when in their 20s and 30s, whether they regret being a gay male, whether they think they would have had a better life if they had transitioned and been a female. And I think very few would say that they regret not having the option to transition when they were teenagers.
Yeah, I never said that.
To be honest, I think there's a total difference between being gay and just chopping off body parts or whatever you want to call it. Like, there's a total different thing. There's a total, especially at the age, when you're growing up and learning things. Yes, I understand children learn things.
I think doing that stuff to the kids under the age of 18 is It's horrendous. It's terrible.
Just think about
No.
this. Think about this. If that young man had a chance to realize how much trouble he could get in with his doodle, he'd probably keep it, right? That's what we did.
Yeah.
I think if they want to get rid of it, give them the chance to become an adult first.
Well, the problem is that, and I'm not defending this, but it is important that when you transition to the sex through puberty, you're sort of committing, and the transitioning as an adult is much more, can involve much more extensive surgery and so forth, as
That's
opposed
how
to
our laws are written. You're a constitution man. I'm surprised to hear you wanting to rule outside of it.
And then talking
what,
about
what do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying.
They're under the age of 18. They can't make decisions for themselves. Nobody should be making decisions that are going to change them for their entire life until they are an adult.
I'm not suggesting that they make it themselves. I'm suggesting that the decision is just like all medical decisions for children, it involves the child, maybe not so much, but they're involved.
That's crazy, man.
I'm not done. The adult, their parents, and the doctor, who's both their caregiver and their medical advisor.
See, but don't you see the problem is that the one who the decision is being done to isn't capable of legally deciding that?
I agree that they're not capable, but they're not deciding it. It's the parent as much as the child, if not more so, that's involved in the decision.
I mean, come on, in all reasonable circumstances, what are you saying, 10, 11 is when they start to really feel this way?
I'm not saying, first of all, I think that in almost all cases it's a bad idea.
It has to.
So I'm saying that there are probably, as soon as you disallow it, there's no room for the one case where someone is suicidal and transitioning might be the only thing that they're gives them a reason to live.
This is
Goon, you gotta mute.
Who the hell is doing
mute,
that?
Goon. You gotta mute, Goon.
This was the paradox we came up with for you before Last Dance, is that you say one thing and then in the other you say the opposite.
What am I saying that's the opposite? What's my contradiction?
The contradiction is you're saying that you don't think anyone should interfere with the decision between the parent and the doctor. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I that's right. What did I say disagreeing with that?
That in almost every time it's a bad decision.
No, that's not a contradiction at all. Although it's a bad decision, I don't think the government should put you in prison for making it or use their own judgment. Just
Would
suffice.
this not be a decent time for some sort of oversight to come in and say, okay, this is a bad decision?
It's not oversight that I object to. It's a ban without exceptions.
Okay.
Here's the problem.
It's so semantical with you, but things are so.
This is an argument that falls into a small group of things, and the problem is a puberty blocker can only be effective if it is implemented before the kid is an adult. So,
or even
it's not going to do any good if we say we can't use a puberty blocker until they're out of puberty. It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, you're not going to fall for that one, huh?
Woo! Just totally.
So this argument is a rare one because it can only do any good if the person that it's going to affect can not make the decision in most of our minds because they're not old enough to make the decision. So,
I mean, those puberty blockers seem like a terrible idea. I don't know why they're. I don't know why that's a thing.
It's a thing because it's at the time of the person's life where it really physically changes them from a male to a woman. Up until that point, we're all skinny little twerpy kids.
Yeah, I know, but it's not just you're not by blocking puberty. a boy doesn't become a woman. He just
No.
doesn't become a man.
Exactly.
I'm not sure that's a win, even if you're
Well, it's
sort
a
of
half win.
transgender.
It's a half win.
No one here is anyone here Christian besides myself?
I mean, I'm not going to say I'm not Christian. I'm not going to go down that road.
I want to. The question
I've had this discussion on this pub before, but
Right.
I could be on the deathbed, and I could, I definitely don't want to throw that out the window yet. So
He's
so just
I'm
let me
not gonna
state-
say
let
I'm
me
not
just state
Christian.
something. So, from my viewpoint, I don't believe God made a mistake. I believe people are unique, and they're born unique, and for a reason. And to say, that was a mistake, and we're going to change that. That's playing God. So there's an
Right.
argument. There's an argument there, and
I play God every day, and I don't have any problem with it.
Last Dance was born and raised Jewish until his, adult years. So there's that.
well, shalom aleichem.
Thank you.
The hush comes over the crowd. The Jew in the room.
Oh,
Anna's like,
who knew it was going to
oh,
get
I almost forgot.
Yeah, but I consider myself an atheist now, and have for most of
You
my adult
consider
life.
yourself an atheist. That's very different than saying I am an atheist.
So, I'm not. That's exactly right. And on my Twitter page, I don't say I'm an atheist. I say I'm not a theist, which is equivalent, but I say it that way.
It's very different than having a grudge against the creator or something like that, because there are also those that do not believe because they're angry with God, but at the same time, to be angry with God, you would have to believe in him.
Exactly.
That's a good
I've
point.
kind of, I've seen atheists who that tends to be that kind of their identity.
Oh, like it's their religion?
It's sort of, the thing that they talk about all the time, and that they pick fights with. But it's just not me. I'm just, I'm not a theist, and that's kind of the end of the discussion for, people that want to believe other things are more than welcome to do it. I love and respect people who are religious, and
I appreciate your ability to communicate with anyone. That is why I come to this chat.
Smokesteve, that's going to do nothing but increase your odds of lasting longer in this pub tonight.
You think so?
Sarcastically, yes.
By the way,
Sauvignon, buddy. I got a taste for this lately.
I can't drink wine because the last time I drank wine in this pub, I got into that fight with Drone Tech over Ted Cruz.
Look who it is, Mr. fucking Vapes himself.
Hey, Biscuit.
Hey, Mr. Fucking Vapes.
Speaking of bad decisions, drinking alcohol in the pub.
Good morning.
Biscuit Vapes. Good to see
How
you.
you doing, buddy?
Good to see you. Why is his so small? He's like a little square.
Because he's vertical.
Hold on.
Are you using your
I've
phone?
got
like vertical?
YouTube
He
open.
needs to
or
turn
something, I think.
his phone sideways.
Okay.
It's all right.
Open Chrome.
It's flattering.
Smokesteve, are you hosting all this off your phone?
Yeah, he
Hell of a
bought-
phone.
I swear
he
he was.
invested in a laptop for this.
Yeah.
I got the microphone on the D clamp.
Dude, that's solid.
Jesus Christ.
Love it.
On the wood shim.
That zip ties and everything.
Aerolastic.
That's some redneck shit engineering right there.
No. That is a highly engineered D-clamp. That's good stuff.
The D clamp absorbs all the electrostatic energy and everything. It's way more advanced than it looks.
Whenever I put the bowl down on the table, you get a nice click on the, well, you used to, but now I think with this noise reduction thing, it's all muted. Everything's
Yeah, you're good now. You don't need to buy that.
I think the
second
bowl
mic.
had something to do with its design.
incredible.
Good, I have to
Technically,
leave you.
isn't it a
Very
C clamp?
late.
Not a D. That's
All
a
right,
C clamp.
see you
not a D
later.
clamp.
All right.
Nice to meet
See
you.
you
Hey.
later.
Good night.
Anna,
Who's
I
leaving?
don't
it was great having you. Come back again.
Who's
Don't wait.
leaving?
Bye.
Don't wait 6 months to come back again.
Oh,
Cheers.
Anna's
Okay,
leaving.
I'll do it.
Anna.
Bye.
Take care.
Yeah.
Always good to
Bye.
see you. Yeah.
See ya.
Also, talking
see,
about
Clamp,
Vice,
D-Clamp.
I'm going to go as well because it's 4 a.m.
Okay.
Oh.
And Sven is look at him. He's
It's all right. We have breakfast bar here now. With,
Yeah.
Sven looks delicious, buddy.
Hey, it was good talking to you, Goon.
Before he looks pretty yummy.
there's Sven. Let's see Sven on full screen.
You can never see Sven. All you can see is the absence of the other thing.
Only to a certain point.
There he
If he's
is.
going to continue
Sven.
trying to mate, I don't want to see the rest of the video.
Look, he's huge.
I think Sven should have been called
Oh,
Shadow.
there we see him.
He's beautiful.
Sven's talking
buddy.
into the mic now.
Hey, buddy.
what's going on?
He's so
Sven.
black,
Oh.
he's blue.
Oh no, right?
Take care, Gerald.
All right.
Come back next week. Take it easy.
His name's Gerald. I'm going to put that in the memory bank.
No. Gerald is in the chat.
Oh, okay. I'm going to call Goon Gerald anyway. I think it's fair.
All right, Gerald is going
His first name is Random.
Gerald, it's been a
Oh.
pleasure to.
Random
Gerald has added quite a bunch of great comments tonight, and love to have you back, Gerald Thompson.
I actually
Random
know
Goon.
Goon. I actually know Goon's full name.
Good on you.
Random Goon randomly hosts a Twitch show where he
See you later.
plays music on
See you,
Friday
buddy.
nights, which is definitely
Plays
worth
guitar.
the watch.
Yeah, I just saw it last time he did it. I really liked it. That was fun.
Random.
It was like
he
karaoke
is,
night.
he is very talented.
He plays well. It's a good group in the chat. They're a lot of fun. I enjoyed the whole,
Yeah, you were there, Dan.
experience.
So odd.
You
I
can
didn't
put in
have
like
my
requests and
headphones
it'll play it.
plugged in.
Yep.
Pretty
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's good banter there with the group. It's great.
I can't
Maybe-
believe how many notes he can hit smashed. I can't even believe he's shredding like heavy metal and he's smashed. I'm just like,
Oh,
how
yeah.
are you doing it?
Yeah, he's completely wasted towards the end of the show, and
Right, and he's
his accuracy is incredible.
right.
I've never seen him score below 80 ever on even ridiculously crazy stuff.
And I don't think he's just he's only drinking beers.
No, he starts slurring. Come
It
on,
adds up.
you hear
Like,
the slur.
I know. I just never like to.
You fade out. You fade out. He slurs. You know, it's two different spectrums there.
Fair enough.
He lets me know he loves me by the end of the night. Let's just say that.
He's the man. He's a good dude. A lot
Absolutely.
of fun. Night, bro. All right.
All right, so I got
Well-
something to talk about. I went to I turned 50 recently, and it's really bothering me. You know, I can't even imagine Last Dance. You know, he's got to be just counting the seconds.
Exactly.
But
Right for
I
them.
wanted a gas station, and me and this other dude, he was probably like late 20s. We got to the door close to the same time, you know. And I was like gonna hold the door for him, and he's like, "No, let me get that for you, sir." And I know he was trying to be, he couldn't have had the best intentions in his mind, but I just wanted to punch him in the fucking face because
You
it was
stole
like
all-
I could hear it in his voice, like I want to hold it for this old man. You know, it was
he was just trying to
Oh,
get
man.
here.
I
That
think
is
he was busting your chops a little.
this asshole looked at me and was like, this might be a little, I'm gonna do the good deed for the day. Hold the door.
I'm gonna offer an opinion. It had nothing to do with your age. He's just a good guy who holds the door for anyone, including someone his age. You are just becoming paranoid now that you hit 50.
No, I could hear it in his voice.
No, you heard it because you're paranoid, not because it was there.
This way, Grandpa.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let me ask you this: did he get real close and say it loudly?
Yeah, he was like, I got this.
I got the door for you.
So another thing happened. I was curious how you guys felt about. I went to a McDonald's and I ordered some food, and the person in front of
I
me
disagree with that right there.
paid for my food. Okay.
Really?
So
Drive-thru?
yeah, so I
Pay
was like,
forward.
oh, that's awesome, and I got my food and I left. But then after I left, I was like, Was I supposed to do that for the guy behind me?
Yes,
Because
you're
I
supposed
didn't.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, is that
What do you guys think? Like, am I supposed to do that for the guy behind me?
No, not
I
that
don't
I'm
think
aware of.
I think there's karma attached to that one. You didn't pay it forward. Whoopily doopily.
But you could pay it forward at any
supposed
time.
to-
Because
If
it's
you
never
want
going to happen. Because I'm cheap. I'm never going to pay for the guy behind me. Because
No,
he might
if-
have like two.
No, here's what you
He
do.
might have 3 volume meals. I don't know. I just had one.
Now, what you do is you say, all right, my meal was $8. Put 8 towards the next person.
That's
So
going to
you're
put a
still-
heavy load on the cashier.
I could have done that, but I didn't even think
Are
about it.
you saying that there are rules here and you know them?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm
not
just
saying you
curious
have
of
to pay
what
for
the
every.
appropriate thing to do is in this situation.
You pass on the same amount that got paid for you. You don't have to pay for somebody's fucking giant order. I mean, that's crazy.
But I thought pay it forward meant at whatever you want to. You instead of paying me back, you pay someone else. It doesn't have to be that very moment, so that
Just
it's like
make
a
it
rolling thing through the line.
Just pull out 20s
All right,
and start and then walk
let's-
away.
Let's stay on the subject. I agree. It's a thing that happens with takeout and with like drive-through specifically, and mostly at like Dunkin' Donuts. I'm surprised it happened at a McDonald's because you're right. It could be a huge variance of price from one order to another. But what about this new tipping thing?
That's driving me crazy.
I've gotten into it with Smoke Wife. Hopefully she's still watching. So the other day, I got us an order of Jersey Mike's, which is great subs. It's a chain.
They're all
but
right.
it's-
A little overrated.
I'm with
Sorry.
you.
Just putting it out there.
All right, you made an effort for that.
I
I said
like
it's a little
it.
overrated.
I'm getting that free sub, damn it. All right? They fucking floated that thing out in front of me, and now I'm like obsessed with getting the freebie. Anyways, what was the whole point of this? Right.
The tip thing.
sub.
The tip.
The
Yeah,
tips.
right. So on
Just the
the
tip.
internet order, it was like $45, and there was a 5% tip, which was $2.50. I was like, now that I can live with. Click, fucking 5%. It's takeout, right? And then Smoke Wife is like, you're such a cheap fucker. And I was like, am I though? What are they doing? But she's right. She's right. They're like making the sandwich, but they're not getting wait staff pay. Like as far as I was to know,
Hourly
like,
wage, man.
yeah, right. Wait staff gets less. The waiters and waiters they work on tips, but
Exactly.
people in takeout are getting at least $12 to $15 an hour. I don't know. Am I wrong?
No,
Now
you are absolutely correct.
Now that I think about it, and you guys all know this, you're like $12 to $15 an hour. Poor bastards, because it's
No,
nothing.
it makes me feel guilty when I go to Subway and they made my sandwich in 15 minutes and I'm supposed to decide if I want to give them up to 20% gratuity. I'm like, wait, I thought this was just their job.
No,
Like,
you
am
know,
I being immoral to give them nothing extra?
I ain't giving them
No,
shit.
I give them $1 or $2, and I think that's nice. Like
that,
8 or 10.
absolutely, you are absolutely right. I think that for one thing, if you give 20% for takeout, that means that the wait staff is getting zero. If you give a
They're not
20%
actually getting
tip,
it. Exactly.
because
not
they're
even
getting
getting
no advantage by having service.
Exactly.
The fact that they're not receiving that cash tip at the end of the day is the criminal act. It's a corporate scam.
It's like then you have to tip the wait staff 30% now for there to be a difference.
Yeah, right.
Tipping is a stupid thing.
They
Why
do
don't
shit for you. I tip
It-
waiters good.
Why don't they just?
Well, I get takeout. I'm not going in there and I'm not tipping them.
You're going to say, why don't they just raise the prices?
Come on, a
Yeah,
couple
why-
bucks.
Exactly. I agree with that.
Why don't they just add the amount that you're going to pay your staff to the food, rather than making you pay a
Because it's like a marketing ploy.
That's what
You
they
know-
do in Australia, though. In
You-
business,
Here in the
Australia,
UK,
you
we
pay the
don't
bill,
do
and if
tips.
you tip, you're actually tipping way above and beyond because it's already worked into the price.
You don't have to do tips ever here in England, but if you want to at a fancy restaurant, you can.
But it's above and
You
beyond.
know when this started? Here it started during COVID because there was no way to get people lost their tip stream because there was no service.
That's right. And I've had no problem kicking in a little more.
Right, exactly.
During COVID.
Yeah, but only if you had exceptional service, surely, not just because you got served.
No, because you didn't get served at all because there was no. Oh, the restaurants weren't open, but they had takeout.
If I went to a takeout and that restaurant couldn't do service, I would give them more.
Exactly.
I didn't mind that. It was okay. I mean, we were all fucked up back then, and it was stupid. I'm not saying I agreed with it, but I didn't mind helping people at that time. But now it's carried over, and like I've always done with takeout, kick a couple bucks in the tip jar that they have there. If you're feeling generous, maybe a $5. But you don't have to give them fucking 20% on like a $60 order, which would be $12. I mean, come on, you know.
I got one screen today, and it said, it had like 25%, 20%, 15%, or custom amount. So the minute I go to custom, it's all like your private, right? Well, I'm hitting all these buttons, custom amount, so they know I'm not giving a good tip.
Right.
And it's takeout, so what the hell?
37 cents, you bastard.
Yeah.
I did 75 cents because it was a $6 item, and it was carry out. There was no service at all.
You tipped 75 cents?
Yes.
You should have made it like 73.
God, dude.
Make it so that you can't
Why give them $1?
No, it's too much. They didn't. There's no service there. What am I tipping for?
I have another question for the group. So Walmart will have these things where they say, "Do you want to donate to this cause?" Have you guys heard that Walmart pays a certain amount to this cause, and then they say it's $100,000, and then they take everyone's money for that, and they put it up to $100,000, but everything past $100,000 goes to corporate. Have you guys heard that?
I haven't heard that. I would be skeptical if that were true. The arrangement where they pay first and then they take your money later, I can believe, but that they would keep the extra seems unlikely. I'm sorry, Smoke Wife. Smoke Wife is now, her opinion of me is...
I just texted her the same thing, and then I look at it, and this practically...
Come on, we got to put it up. Everybody piss on me. Go ahead.
I never round that shit up unless it's in the 90s. Like if it's like my bill is like $10.90.
I thought 75 cents was generous.
I'll be like, yeah, I'll round up.
We grew up with arcades, so 3/4 was a good deal.
Yeah. This reminds me of a Seinfeld episode when Jerry gives his parents the tip. He gives them a scientific calculator, but Morty realizes he can figure out how to give tips with the calculator.
Uh-huh.
So he calls it the tip calculator right away. And it's a very funny episode.
What is he? He can give an exact amount of the tips, like $1.74.
Yeah, and at one point they come up with like 173.5, and he's like, "We round down." 1 penny, and it's just classic Florida. Absolutely love it.
How many of us go fishing?
I used to.
Oh yeah, you know I'm a fisherman.
Yeah,
I was fishing today with my kid.
I went yesterday. I spent 6 hours at the lake, and I caught fuck all.
Is it a pay to fish pond or just
no? It's a free to fish pond.
What are you using, man?
I was
Maggots?
using
Worms.
No, I was using soft lures.
For what?
All right, here's what you got to do. We got to get you some bait.
I'm going 10 o'clock this morning to get some maggots.
Yeah, it's not sporting. You're right. Use lures. It's much more fun.
Well, it's fun, yeah, and you're more active all the time. Just reeling
Exactly.
But we ain't got bass here, and the fish here aren't as aggressive.
Yeah, I was going to ask you what do you got? Pike and you got pike, right?
We've got pike, perch, roach, rudd,
What's
bream.
bream? Yeah, I heard.
I
I
thought that was
follow
all
a
ocean
guy.
fish.
I follow a British guy who fishes with maggots, and he uses sticks and stuff. And
Yeah.
it's kind of a cool, fun channel. Looks.
I thought brim was a ocean fish.
Brim might be, but bream is it's a big like panfish type thing, but it's it lives in rivers, canals, and lakes.
Looks like a bluegill.
Yeah, here we would call it, the closest thing would be a bluegill.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fun fish.
This,
And,
I've only ever caught 3 in my entire life.
Mm,
that fake Play-Doh is getting pretty popular here for bass fishing and stuff like that.
Really?
yeah, they call it fish gum, or there's a couple different names for it. It's like
See that?
I saw someone fishing at a what do they call it in America? They're like it's like a dam, and then they let the waters out into the reservoir at the bottom.
A
Yeah,
spillway, or
A
the
spillway, yeah.
yeah.
And they were using marshmallows to catch catfish.
okay.
cool idea.
They have some enormous catfish depending on where it is.
Oh,
You guys
they were pulling like 2 at a time out on this spillway,
Yeah.
and they were like massive, like 8-9 pounders.
Oh, I'm talking 50 pounds in some places.
Yeah, the blue cats. Those
Blue
get
cats,
big.
yep.
If you want to catch catfish over there in the UK, Biscuit, I think your best bait that I know of, cats, is chicken livers.
They're delicious.
You get them super cheap. Throw 'em
You
on.
get RW.
You like them deep fried?
But
I've had gizzards.
chicken livers.
Man,
Gizzards, man. I'm all over the gizzards.
You
They
like
were
them?
they were gross. I didn't like them.
Dude, they're fucking nasty, dude.
Gizzards are good, dude. They're like a vessel for ranch dressing.
The ranch dressing. You just love ranch dressing. I got it.
Wasn't that what some people called McGrandy on Live Leak?
Yeah,
Gizzards, yeah, they did.
Yeah, I don't know where that name came from.
I think we lost him, by the way. He was here for
People were
momentarily.
so
Yeah, he was in the
nice
chat.
and friendly
Yeah,
to McGrandy.
Aphid, have you had deep fried pickles with ranch?
I have. I'm not a big fan of those though.
Okay.
The pickle taste. I mean, I like a pickle, and I mean, I'll eat a deep fried pickle or two, but like
but not a peck.
full appetizer. Yeah, I'm not.
I agree. I think it's a scam.
That's game.
I think,
It's a
if you're gonna
scam.
if you're gonna pay money for an app, pay something with protein, dude.
Dude, we
Get
get these
get
things
some
in St.
wings.
Louis that supposedly they don't got in the rest of the world.
Get some
They're
meat.
called
You know,
toasted ravioli. You guys ever had one of those?
Never heard of it.
I don't
Oh
think
my
I
have.
God,
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
so
I've had it.
good. I
They're
can't
all
believe
right.
that they're only here in St. Louis.
No, I've had them. They're
I think it'd be
okay.
deep fried ravioli.
Just okay. Wow.
He's
Well,
offended.
With some meat sauce, you dip it in the tomato sauce with some meat in there. Oh my God.
Put it right on a steak and take a massive bite out of it.
These are what I tried.
Okay.
Little paddle tails.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I was a fisherman, I used every kind of lure, and mostly I did bass fishing,
Yeah.
and the simplest things worked the best for me.
Tried these as well.
Spinner bait and a spinner. Those were
Shrimp.
great.
I've got spinners, but
But the
No,
thing
no,
I
no.
ended up using more that I really enjoyed was just a simple jig with hair.
yeah.
So you're saying you like fake bait better because it's more of a sport? Because I always just wanted to get something to eat. I didn't want to sit there forever.
Well,
Exactly, but I don't fish anymore.
I don't fish for food. We just catch and release.
Oh, I eat that shit, man.
I wouldn't eat anything in our water. It's fucking gross.
It's not.
75 cents here, Smoke Wife.
I tip waiters and waitresses, more than 20%.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
like if I just go up to a counter and grab something, I'm not gonna tip them something. Why would I do that? It seems.
How about a buck or
David's
two?
comment
Come
was
on,
from Internet
you're
Explorer.
not giving
Why?
them-
What the fuck is the point of a tipping?
Let me ask you this. So if you tip the waiter in a restaurant and you tip the fast food person at a takeout place, then when you're in the restaurant, you also have to go to the, to cook or whatever back there and tip them too, not just the waiter.
You're right. I don't tip in fast food. I only tip if I'm picking up from a takeout of a real restaurant. Like if we're like, oh, we want that restaurant takeout tonight, which is a bigger takeout because you could be spending $15.
Well, okay, let me ask you this: who's getting the tip?
I don't know. You're right.
Nobody's getting it. The owner is pocketing it when you think you're tipping a worker.
Well, here's the other thing too. Like I don't get like the delivery. I don't do that shit. I'm gonna drive the 2 minutes or 3 minutes, not in this state, but in most states, to get it on my own because I don't want to tip them. $3, $4 to give me a cold pizza.
Uh-huh.
So if I go pick up a pizza carry out, I'm supposed to tip them for handing me a pizza? It makes
Not
no
the
sense.
same. Not the same. Like you would only tip $1, but to the guy who drives it to your house, you should give him $5.
Well, yeah, but that's why I choose to do carryouts. I don't have to pay that bastard to bring me cold pizza. I go.
You're going to save the
pick it up
$5.
myself.
Save the $5, and maybe you'll give the person at the counter what, nothing?
No, I don't
Firm
give
handshake.
I don't give them nothing.
Okay.
And they know my
So
name because I call them up and they'll be like, "What's your phone number?" And I tell them I'm like, "Why don't you look at the, readout of what you're answering the phone on, and it tells you my phone number." But anyway, I tell them my phone number, and they say, "Oh, they repeat my name," and then I'm like, they probably know it's probably got a thing on there like this guy never
Cheap bastard. That's what you're known
he
as.
comes and picks it up because it's a late night special where after a certain hour it's cheaper, and I go pick it up because it's like a mile from my house. Why would I pay some guy to deliver it the third drop off of his?
Well, the reason is it's luxurious.
Is it track pizza or is it?
I was a delivery driver, so I know what it's like, and if they're going to deliver it to your house, yeah, I'm going to tip them, but if I'm going to go pick it up from the place, why am I going to tip them? It doesn't make any sense.
I'm sensing PTSD from the delivery driver.
Yeah, I think you're right. They probably have some sort of a group of drivers that deliver to Aphid Lip's
We are
house.
never going to tip ever again.
Mrs. Lip is stating that they have my number and they know who I am because I've been doxxed so many times with pizzas. So they know,
I forgot about
they know
that.
who I am.
That's kind of funny and sad at the same time.
It is.
I would say
I've had
all
many
honesty-
pizzas delivered to my house that I never ordered or paid for.
Hopefully that's decreasing.
I would
It's been a while. It's been over a year for sure.
Good.
personally, I would.
But I
pay-
have had personal telephone calls, as you both know.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. Go on.
I would
Smokesteve.
pay.
Go on. I don't want to.
No, it's okay.
mention
I
anything
would
about
pay
that.
for the $5 to have it brought to me. The problem is nowadays, it seemed like pre-pandemic, they said 45 minutes. It would more or less be there within the hour. You give them a little extra.
Yeah.
Now it
Delivery
seems
driver,
like
I'm gonna give him money.
now it seems like when they tell you 45 minutes, their fucking drivers are like there 2 hours later. It's like
It pisses me off
Delivery
when your food comes like an hour later than the stated and it's fucking cold.
it's a joke, dude.
And
It's
then
a joke.
Give him a tip.
That's why we don't do delivery anymore. We plan around the fact that delivery is such a shit show. We'd rather
is.
figure out how to get it
pick it up ourselves. If it's a 2-mile drive, time it appropriately, whatever. Or just like now we're like more into cooking ourselves because you know what? Fuck these businesses that are trying to hose us for all these extra couple bucks and they can't even fucking deliver the food. You know what? Fuck them. That's how I feel. Maybe I'm being a jerk. But
Smokesteve's wife wants to know if the doxers tip. Most of the time, my extensive experience with doxers, unfortunately, they don't pay for the pizza and they don't pay for the tip. But I did have experience with an asshole that has since been even more of an asshole that paid for my pizza and appetizers with it. Donnie the Jew Hunter. I don't know if any of you guys from Live Lake remember Donnie.
I remember the name.
He did one time out of the many times that he doxed or sent me pizzas. He sent me a pizza and paid for it and paid for appetizers with it. But it was only because I called him out because he sent me the thing and I was like, well, dude, I was still pissed because he paid for the food. And he was like so beside himself because I was pissed. And I was like, well, you still know my address and my name. And, it still pisses me off that you sent me this food, to my personal residence. Well, actually, it was my office. That it was my office.
Did you eat it?
I did, but I was still mad at it.
Then you got no leg to stand on.
But he will only get my, address and information from nefarious, purposes. Right. So I was still mad at him. I wasn't like he expected to I was going to be like, "Oh man, you're awesome. Thanks for doing that."
Well, here's what you should have done. Maybe it wouldn't work with him. Ask him for his address so that you could pay him back.
Well, yeah, I should have. Well, I know his address, but I've never done anything to him, because that's just not my.
Did he do this out of spite, or was he just a strange guy?
Well, he's a very strange guy, but
with that kind of a name,
this was like the second or third time he was like, it was like he was trying to olive branch, I guess, and reach out, and it was like $30 something too that he had paid for all my food, and because I answered the door and I was like, no, I didn't order this. And he's like, well, it's paid for. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'll take it. But since then, he delivered a pizza when I was doing a live show for Live Leak. And it was in the middle of the live show. And I had to, go answer the door or whatever. And I refused it. And the second time since then, he did that, and he used Mrs. Lip's real name, and her last name was very inappropriate, and it had anchovies on it. And it turned out the next day, the delivery driver was so pissed off that it was he didn't get his tip or whatever. He was smashed on my street. It was still out there.
Oh my god!
He threw it on the street.
The delivery driver, I don't remember what else it had on it, but I know it had anchovies on it. Oh, and the pizza was smashed the next day out on my street in front.
That's not acceptable. You should tell them to come back and clean it up.
Well, a lot of I've been doxxed so many times.
The Breaking Bad scene comes to mind when he throws pizza on fucking roof.
Yeah.
I've been doxxed so many times that there's several of the pizza places in my area that require a safe word when I order a pizza.
Yeah, that's gonna say.
I have to tell them to let them know it's really me.
Rosebud. Oh, okay, we'll deliver it. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. To me, it would be very irritating. But maybe you've actually Maybe it gives you fond memories after all has gone by now.
I mean, it's not that. To me, it's not that big. It was always a big deal to my family, which was the problem.
Yeah.
To me, I lived by myself, and it wasn't. It was just me. I could care less. Why would I care?
But you do get a benefit. You get stories out of it.
Yeah, I do, and that means a lot. Stories are. Like if you can get a story out of something, like a day, that was a day. Like if I didn't get doxxed the days that I got doxxed, I wouldn't remember that day. It would have just been the other day.
That's smart time. Oh yeah, that was when I got doxxed the third time.
That was the day.
Better to get a pizza
the one
than
time,
swatted.
Huh?
It's better to get a pizza than get doxxed and get swatted.
Well, yeah. Well, that's true. But I never got swatted, fortunately. Knock on wood.
Jeez, don't even say it out loud.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
You guys want to keep this thing going? We can keep it going. I'm going to get another round if that's the case.
Yeah, I'd love to keep
I'm
it
good
going.
to go for a while.
All right, we're rolling.
Well, I've been asleep, so I'm good.
So
there
what
was.
point do you have to get to be doxxed? Like, is that like a status of fame when someone actually takes the effort to find out who you are?
It's sort of. It's a status that you made someone angry, not necessarily for a good reason, but you made them angry enough to decide to harass you.
Maybe it's love. Maybe it's not anger.
No, it's
No, not my case.
it's
Sorry to hear that.
it's a way of harassing other, having other people harass you.
The thing with doxing, because I was mostly doxed when I did my live show on Live Leak, and the more, if you make a spectacle out of it, the more pleasure they get out of it, and
Right.
and the more that they're going to do it in the future. So it's a fine line you have to dance with, trying to laugh it off, but it's always the family that when you have other people that are involved and it affects them, that is the problem.
Well, that was fine.
The one time, the funny time. I think I told some of you guys this, but the funny time was I had a friend from out of town. He was staying here, and he had two kids. One was pretty much an infant at the time, and it was he ordered a book from Amazon to get delivered to my house, and it was called It Hurts When I Poop. And I was convinced, or me and my wife both were convinced, that it was another doxing incident. And we were like private about it because we didn't want to, like, nobody, my friends don't know my aphid lip persona, So it was something that we kept inside. It was a private thing between me and my wife at the time. And my friend, like 2 days later, was like, "You didn't happen to get a book in the mail, did you?"
He gave no clues to who sent it?
I was convinced it was during Live Leak, so I was convinced it was that embeddability guy, because he gave me so much. He hit me so hard with him and his friends so many times that I was convinced it was him.
What was their complaint? Why did they do this?
What
did they say their reason was?
The first complaint was that I stuck up for McGrande because they did the gay stuff with him, and I was like, you guys are like, you swore, that was the line you wouldn't cross, and here you are, posting gay stuff on his page. And then it was they called me a hall monitor because I was telling them that if they kept up their antics, they were going to shut down the comments in the Your Say section, which is exactly what happened.
But you didn't have the power to do that, so why would they call you?
I didn't have any power whatsoever. I mean, Hayden wasn't going to put me as a mod or anything like that,
I mean,
no, I didn't. I was
decision.
just like, if you guys just keep at this, because the Your Say section, the comments had been shut down many times in the past because of, people getting too carried away. And I was just like, this is the direction it goes right before it gets shut down. So I'm just letting you guys know, don't keep it up because it's going to get shut down. And sure enough, it got shut down. But they called me a hall monitor because I, was,
I don't see why
they
those
posted
are.
all these pictures of me, having gay sex with Hayden and stuff.
That doesn't bother me. That's just juvenile stuff.
No, it didn't bother me. None of that stuff. In fact, I kind of wish I would have kept some of the pictures that they posted of me
Nostalgic.
and Hayden because it was hilarious.
No, that's a reason. I can't see why they would go to the doxing level. None of that makes sense.
Well, there was a video I posted, and it was an accident outside of the front of my shop, and that was the first draw. That was the first straw that I did that I shouldn't have done. And there was a church sign that was in frame, and I had said that this is out front of my office, and it was this drunk chick that got in a car accident in the icy snow. And it was a church sign that was across the street that was in frame in one of the clips of me posting the video. And that was how they got me the first time.
So that
and then
was
from there on, they had the name of my business. So it just snowballed from there.
Are you guys willing to explain your screen names? Like mine's just my initials, so it's nothing really unique. But I can get half Biscuit's name. I know what vapes means.
Well, you're going to be disappointed in my explanation. It was just I was just trying to find a name, and I just threw random words into my brain until something. I said, "This sounds okay."
But it works out because you're usually the last person here.
Yeah, it has no meaning. It had neither the word "last" nor "dance" has any particular meaning or relevance to my life.
I've known Last Dance for probably 10 years now, and he's always been Last Dance.
Is he always the last one in the chat?
No.
I have responsibilities now.
The most of us came from LiveLeak, and that was his username on LiveLeak.
That was my second username.
Well, I guess I don't know what your first user. What was your first username?
My first username was, and this was King Ford LM, one word.
Before 2013?
It was just before then, yeah, right about then. And I picked that from a place that sold car parts online, King Ford Lincoln Mercury. And part of the reason I picked it was because I knew people would assume that I lived in wherever that was. It was somewhere in Texas. People would just assume that I lived there.
Right.
And sure enough, some people would say, "I know where you live."
Yeah, right. Mine was because of we were playing me and my friends were playing video games back in early 90s probably, and we were wasted, and somebody was just like, we won the game and got to type our name in, and somebody used that name. And I used to run before I went to LiveLeak, I ran a website for a video game, and I used because my PlayStation name was the name of my business. It was my name on the, just for then on out. And I was like, if I'm going to go on LiveLeak, I'm not going to use the name of my business. So I came up with a different name, and I've had so many nicknames throughout life, but I always was like, I'm going to use that name, because I knew I wouldn't have to put like numbers behind it because I knew nobody else would have that.
So to me, what pops in my mind is Last Dance is the last person here, and Aphid Lip. I feel like it's like sucking on, sucking on something. Not so much like it's a sexual thing, but like taking the energy out of something.
A plant.
No.
Yeah,
it was just a bunch of people that had done too many drugs, and they thought a lip of an aphid was funny. It makes no sense to anybody when I explain it, but at the time it was hilarious.
It's like looking at a painting and having so many different viewpoints, and the artist is just like, I just was on the toilet and I drew the wall because I was bored, and you're like, oh. What about you, Biscuit? Where does Biscuit Vapes come from?
Well, the biscuit bit is basically my surname sounds like biscuit.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I vape, so my name is Biscuit Vapes.
Boom. He had the most
Guess
thought thing.
Why don't you guess what Smokesteve, why he got his name?
Yeah, no, just his name, Steve. That's all I got.
It's fairly obvious.
I'm surprised
So
you made
was
it back. I didn't think I wouldn't have put money on it.
Did people call you Biscuit when you were young as a shorthand for your last name?
Sometimes, like
That was the nicest thing I called him.
people would say, "Where's my biscuit?" Because that's how my surname sounds. Well, looks like it's spelled.
You got a long Polish surname, so I can understand shortening it.
Yeah.
Do you speak any Polish?
I know a few swear words from my granddad.
But like or Dekuya and stuff like that.
Kurwa and Zaklęta and Jak and I can't remember the others. Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I had a lady I worked with in biotechnology, and she was from Poland, straight from Poland, and she tried to teach me Polish, and it was so different than English that my brain broke, and I was just like, I can't relate any of the words you're saying to anything I understand, so I can't.
I suppose I know a few more words like Dzień dobry and stuff like that.
Dzień dobry, yeah.
Yeah.
It's what I've experienced through traveling, and I haven't traveled a lot, but if you even say a few words to show them respect like that, that goes a very long way. You're not just some person that's like, screw you, whatever. It's like you're trying to be a part of it all.
Yeah.
It's much better.
All right. Do you remember the the incident where Jimmy Carter had a translator in Poland who went over there and said some words, and he was trying to say something like, in English, he said something like, "I have a great love for your people and your culture," and the translator, supposedly knew Polish, said something like, "I want to have physical love with you, you and the people." And he didn't know what was happening, but people were giggling in the crowd, and
well, he thought his jokes were working.
Some of them are like, "That's not bad. I'm down. I'm down."
Oh, I knew he loved America for some reason.
The same thing happened with JFK when he was in Germany. He was trying to say "Eck ein Berliner," but if he mispronounced it, he would say a Berliner could also, like, it's a minuscule difference, be a donut. One's from Berlin, one is like a donut, and he
he said it with a complete Boston accent, which made it so funny and wonderful. Ich bin ein Berliner.
I understood it.
My second earphones tell me to get off because it's losing power, so I'm out of here. See you guys.
Nice to see you again,
Take it
Always
easy.
good to see you guys.
See you, man.
There was a YouTube guy. So I like bad lip reading. They put stuff out on YouTube every once in a while. I'm sure Steve's heard it. But there's another Australian guy that is like a bear, is his avatar, and he like makes fun of his country. And he was ad-libbing for the person that was doing sign language for a speaker.
Aussie guy, maybe.
I'd have to ask my wife. She's the one that was showing me. But he's basically like so on point with what this person's signing, but even though that's not what they're saying. But it's basically like totally making fun of the guy that's talking out of his ass and the person that's signing to the deaf community. It was great. I'd love to see more of that in my lifetime. And I'm curious how many of them are actually like not even actually giving that same information to that group of people. I also learned a couple of years ago that the sign alphabet is not universal. That's kind of like a duh after you are told that, but when I was taught sign language stuff, I was told like this is what it is.
There's two major.
I know of simplified sign language because I used to work in care, and that's called Makathon.
I thought you were the guy show up with a middle finger or something.
How do they do sign language in China?
I have no idea.
That sounds like that would be quite hard.
Don't they have like 40,000 characters or something?
Yeah.
That's a good question. I'll have to actually look into that and see how they relate
With
to.
with Makathon, it doesn't really matter because it's more physical about like the actual items and whatnot.
Yeah.
Like this is Apple. It's like because you're eating an apple kind of thing. You're like,
Wouldn't that just be eating?
what? No,
Wouldn't that just literally be
that
eating?
is Apple specifically.
What do you do for orange?
No idea.
Well done.
I think this is eating.
Okay. I've learned body language as I've traveled too. You can really, any person that is intelligent, you can communicate with without words. What is strange is when you go to certain cultures and like you're like come here, and you're like pulling your heads toward you, and they're like no, where we are, you push your hand away from you, and that means come here. I'm like, who the hell figured that one out? Because that
No, that's just the gay community. Come here.
hey.
Oh boy.
I hope I wasn't throwing down the wrong gang signs. That's all.
Yeah, right.
West Side.
Tattoos are.
I think we're coming to an end here, guys.
Yeah.
Well, I'm ready to go.
All
Well,
right.
in 5 hours, I'll be at bait shop, and then I'll be going to pond for a few hours.
Nice, dude.
I'll be parenting.
Record some content.
Yeah, could do. I did have my tripod and whatnot with me when I went fishing, but there was nothing happening, so there's no point recording.
Mm. Well, it's been a fun night, guys. I'm going to go ahead and start booting you guys off and bringing this baby to an end.
All right.
Last dance. We'll see you, man. RW, take care.
All right, guys.
Take it easy. Good night, everybody.
Biscuit, you're old school, like Last Dance, and good luck fishing, dude.
Cheers, bud.
All right, man. We'll see
Night.
you later. I'll read a little bit of a lyric of Jimmy Buffett, who died yesterday. He's a great American, great rock and roller, great singer, and a great drinker of margaritas. He loved the beach. He loved the ocean, the whales, the sharks, the dolphins. He was a person like me who was drawn to the sea. Like me, I hope to go like Jimmy went, doing what I loved. Lakes below the mountain flow into the sea. Like oil spills applied to canvas, they permeate through me. And there's that one particular harbor, sheltered from the wind, where the children play on the shore each day, and all are safe within. Most mysterious calling harbor, so far, but yet so near. I can see the day when my hair's full gray, and I finally disappear. Rest in peace, Jimmy Buffett, and I hope you all make your way to Margaritaville. Everybody, thank you for being here tonight. You've been wonderful. I'm not going to name everyone because I will forget half of you, but you were all great. Come on back next week. Peace out. Later.